Hey, welcome in, everybody. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, holding it down right here, midday, 2 to 4 on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That's how we grow. And please take note of these incredible sponsors around our faces. Give them your love, give them your business, because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday. If you're listening to us on the app, the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, please play along on the CODA Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328. My man, Zay Collier, what is going on?
It's cracking, man. Good to have you back. My man Cord Samuels did a hell of a job yesterday, but the show's called Chip and Zay for a reason, man. So glad to have you back, brother. Missed you, and hey, today's a good day. Very good day. How you doing?
Very, very interesting day. Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you. Very happy to announce that we raised a lot of money yesterday for the Partnerships for Children. A great cause. These are kids who are being transitioned out of troubled homes into foster care. These are some of the most at-risk kids we have. Through no fault of their own, they're in a bad situation and they're being, transitioned out of a troubled home, but it's still their family or what they know, and into the unknown. And they are some of the most incredible kids you'll ever see or meet. Talk about resilient. Some of them have never owned their own toothbrush. So very happy that we're able to raise some money for Partnerships for Children yesterday. But obviously, Zay, we got a lot to get into. The Texas women are going to the Final Four. Hello.
Big deal.
Vic Schaefer and the Longhorns get it done last night against TCU. Their old friend Haley Van Lith, former Longhorn Sedona Prince. Man, listening to the post-game press conference from TCU, Mark Campbell, the coach at TCU, man, great job. Because Haley Van Lith, she's super talented. She's been to the Elite Eight 5 times. 5 times. She went 3 times at Louisville, once to the Final Four at Louisville. Then she transfers to LSU, goes to the Elite Eight there, then basically gets run off. And she goes, and she and Sedona Prince help to rejuvenate the TCU program to the point where Haley Van Lith is in the Elite Eight for the 5th time. Come on, Zay. That's pretty impressive.
Very impressive. I mean, she's super talented. She's part of that wave that's completely changed, way we look at women's basketball. Like, she's in the same high school class as Caitlin Clark and all of them. And, she's been in the limelight for a long time, going back to her high school days, because her and Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers, they were all killing it in like Team USA basketball. And right when women's basketball really started to take off, Haley Van Lith, she was in the front of it. So to see how she played all 40 minutes yesterday and how Vic Schaefer and Rory Harmon and Jordan Lee and the rest of the Lady Horns handled her and just kind of taking her out of her game. 3 for 15 from the field. I know she had 17 points, but that also came with 7 turnovers. Like, she's a hell of a player. To make her play the way she did, you got to show love to Vic Schaefer and his ball club. But, yeah, Haley Van Lith talked about how she was going through some really dark times. And I think a lot of that comes with her being in the limelight. And I think Kim Mulkey really mucked her up last year. Like, I was kind of with my eyes open shut hearing Haley Van Lith talk about just what she went through. Because, I mean, look, some people might not think it's a big deal. She was the only white girl on that LSU team last year. And you have some big-ass personalities with Angel Reese and Flau'jae Johnson. And when you're not playing well, like she did it all last year, and you have those expectations and aspirations because you're trying to repeat as a champion. LSU won it in 2023. They ended up losing to Caitlin Clark and them last year. Hailey Van Lith took all the blame. It wasn't Mulkey. It wasn't Flau'jae. It wasn't Angel Reese. I know Angel Reese, people have certain feelings about her too, but Hailey Van Lith took a lot of that criticism last year, and it put her in a dark place. And it's very sad that she went through that, but she got new life with Mark Campbell and the Horned Frogs. And she had a hell of a season where she was the Big 12 Player of the Year. And again, she's going to do well in WNBA, but yeah, she had a good career and felt bad hearing what she had to say at the presser yesterday.
Well, last night, Rory Harmon mucked her up. I mean, Rory was in her hip pocket. Vic Schaefer said after the game, Rory could have told you what gum she was chewing.
He's so country, man.
I mean, you look at this team, man, and you just the play of the game was Kyla Oldacre.
Mm-hmm.
So they're pressing, and TCU's trying to get the ball into their big as a way to break the press, and Kyla Oldacre comes in.
Now, it was out of bounds play on the baseline.
Yeah, out of bounds play on the baseline. Sorry. And they're plan to inbound and break the press is to get it to their big and then have her pivot and, dish it to somebody. Kyla said, not on my watch. Deflects the ball, grabs it, goes coast to coast, scores on a layup and won.
Incredible.
6'6". She's got great hands. I say that a lot on this show because every time you look, she's got steals. She's got steals in the game. And Kyla Oldacre, I'm telling you, she's going to be a big part of the equation for Texas, or she should be, in this game against South Carolina. This may finally be the game where we see Kyla and Taylor playing together. Zay, Vic's been kind of teasing at it, but Friday night, it's going to be round 4 between Texas and South Carolina. South Carolina won the 2 games in the state of South Carolina. Texas won the 1 game in the state of Texas. Now they're going to meet in the state of Florida. Our man Eric Henry's native Tampa. And here we go. What's your gut feeling right now, Zay? What's your gut feeling right now about this game Friday night?
50-50. I think Texas women are playing their best ball at the right time. You go back to the Tennessee game where you have the freshmen step up and Jordan Lee and Brianna Preston. And then you fast forward to what we saw last night, and Kyla Oldacre, she hasn't necessarily been playing well as of late. It seems like she's been getting less and less minutes. I don't know why that is, but she wasn't playing, up to her dominance level that we've seen at different points of the season where her and Taylor Jones have been the best 1-2 punch when it comes to the 5-spot center position. And for her to have the game that she did last night, good for her. She was incredible. I think she won that game for Texas because people forget that play that you just mentioned, which obviously the highlight play of the game. The play before, shot clock going down, it's 42-30 or 44-38. And she has the ball in her hands. And she hits a mid-range jumper with the shot clock expiring. That then leads to the breakaway and 1 finish on Sedona Prince. Those plays of the game early in the 4th quarter, that was it. There's certain plays, momentum shifters in the game of basketball that, you just kind of got to tip your hat to, and you know it's over. Even when TCU was doing a late push, you knew that was it. You knew that Texas had the game in the bag just because the defense was suffocating all night long. I mean, 26%. That was one of the greatest defensive performances I've ever seen. Men or women, doesn't matter. One of the greatest defensive performances I've ever seen. The rotations defensively, because Mark Campbell talked about it a lot yesterday. He loves to bring Sedona Prince up, high post, toward the three-point line, give her the ball, and they cut off of her. Whether it's a dribble handoff or a backdoor, it depends on what the defender's doing. So you got to be, as a defensive player, on your P's and Q's, trying to understand, okay, what's the game plan? Who am I guarding in this specific situation? If it's Haley Van Lith, we're going to go over. We're going to have our big, who's guarding Sedona Prince, throw a hard hedge. And when Sedona Prince rolls, we're going to bring the helper that's 2 passes off the ball completely over to the other side to steal that pass. And then if they try to throw it cross court, which Vic Schaefer knows, they don't have anybody like that. There's nobody like Luka or LeBron on that team. You can't do that with players of that caliber that could throw that cross-court pass. That is a very hard pass to make on the money in the shooting pocket for a potential bucket. TCU, they don't do that stuff. But it's very difficult to help on a 6'7" player like Sedona Prince and then get back to your man, because they're basically, for a split second, double teaming the ball handler. They did that to perfection last night. Everybody has to be on the same page. Like, they just kept doing it. And Mark Campbell, he couldn't adjust because he knows Haley Van Lith, she ain't like 6'3". Madison Booker could probably make that pass. But Madison Booker's 6'1". Haley Van Lith, a smaller guard. So it's hard to throw that pass over Kyla Oldegger. It's hard to throw that cross-court pass to Taylor Jones, over Taylor Jones. And when you try to make it, since you're trying to get it over the long arms, the ball's going to float, which gives athletic players like Jordan Lee, Shea Holly, Brianna Preston time to get back to their man once they catch the ball, where now you're playing one-on-one. They completely took TCU out of their offense last night. One of the greatest defensive performances I've ever seen. It was immaculate, man. Like,
that's a great breakdown too, because that they're going to need that again. I mean, and you look back at the Texas South Carolina games this season, and we'll be joined by Hank South here in a minute. We also have our man Chris Hummer joining us. Loaded show on an Off the Rails Tuesday. Every day is off the rails here with Chip and Zay.
That's right.
But you look back at the 3 meetings, and Booker, Bree Hall is real. She's a hell of a defender. But in the one game that Texas won, Booker got to the free throw line 7 times. She hit 6. She was just aggressive. She ended up with 20 points in that game. The other 2 games, she barely went to the free throw line. She went twice. And really struggled to shoot the ball. She's only shooting 32% against South Carolina. Shea Holly's only shooting 20% against South Carolina. Jakalengo Mwenentanda is shooting 67% against South Carolina. She's 6 of 9 in the 3 games. And Bree Preston and Jordan Lee, they're combined shooting 22.2%. So I think they're better than that now. I think they've evolved. So we'll get back to that. That game's on Friday at 6. Let's bring in our man Hank South, managing editor, horns247.com. He does it all. He is the MVP. Hank, how are you doing this Tuesday?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, Hank.
Yeah, lot going on. We haven't talked to you since Shawn Miller took over as the men's basketball coach at Texas. Your thoughts, Hank?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. I was at his opening press conference. I think he brings a lot of energy. I think he brings a lot of, new ideas. I think we're going to see a lot more offense for sure. He's an up-tempo coach, a lot of ball movement. And so I think there's going to be a lot more creative things happening as well. And so, you look at Shawn Miller over the course of his career, he's won everywhere he's been. You could knock him on, he hasn't been in Final Four, but, taking a team, Arizona, obviously, he was there for a decade plus, took them far in the tournament, did a lot with little at Xavier in terms of what they're capable of doing in terms of recruiting and the resources they have, compared to a program like Texas. So I'm excited to see, with the backing of Texas, with the brand, with the NIL resources, everything Texas has to offer. I think he's going to, be a really successful coach at Texas. So, I'm curious to see, how this team is going to look next season. Who they're going to bring back, who they're going to bring in. But yeah, I think this is a great hire. And as as you were all over it, Chip, at Horns 24/7, a guy that CDC wanted to hire, back in 2023, prior to, Rodney Terry making the Elite Eight run after beating Xavier. So, I think it's a great hire. And, from speaking with the guys we have spoken with in terms of recruiting, they seem to really like him. Obviously, again, he's been a coach for a long time, has a lot of respect. And he's a guy that kids know about. So I think it's a great hire.
Yeah, Hank, talk about the assistants a little bit. You wrote another terrific article about the assistants that he just hired. He's bringing over his guys from Xavier and Ryan Anderson and Adam Cohen and David Miller. And he's keeping Chris Ogden, which Chip and I talked about last week. That's who he should have kept. Yeah. The rest of those guys, I know Hafe and Chappelle were there, but obviously that's not happening. But talk about just the assistants that Shawn Miller is bringing over to the 40 acres.
Yeah, and sorry, I just finished working out, so I might wipe my face occasionally.
Hey, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
We understand.
You got to take advantage or chances when you have them. No, yeah, I think in his opening press conference, he talked about, he was going to bring over guys from Xavier. He didn't say who, but, you can kind of put the pieces together, especially when Xavier wipes them from their website. You probably have a pretty good idea that, they're probably going to be someone he's going to bring. But, Adam Cohen, I think, was the one with the most notable one. I think he was his top assistant at Xavier. He's been a coach at Stanford, Vanderbilt, Harvard, Rice. Just reading over the story that, we put out about him. But big time assistant. David Miller, he is one of his top recruiters back at Arizona, went with him to Xavier as well. He helped recruit Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah, Mathurin.
Yeah. Stud, that's another, international players. He tends to like to recruit. Ryan Anderson was his director of recruiting for Xavier. He played for him at Arizona. Believe he was a Pac-12 or he was a top player for him. And then Ryan Reynolds, the player operations or director of basketball operations. So, but yeah, I think it's a solid staff. Obviously you want to have guys you're comfortable with. You don't, he talked to all the other assistants. Obviously bringing back Ogden, I think that's a big deal. I think he did a really good job or has done a really good job in his role. I don't think he was, what was wrong with Texas. So I think that was important. And also, you have that connection to kind of the legacy of Texas, former player, guy that's been around the program for a long time, knows the ins and outs, especially in the state of Texas, and also has a top recruit son at St. Michael's. So too, I don't think that's why he was kept, but it helps, if he wants to come play under his dad. So I think it's a good staff, and I think they're going to do well recruiting.
Yeah, when you look at the fact that a couple of the key Xavier players are in the transfer portal, Dalen Swain, Ryan Conwell, now we're going to find out if Texas is ready to spend in the NIL market, right, Hank?
Right. Yeah. That, I mean, I think he was asked no less than like 3 times by media, were you promised NIL? Like, were you promised an amount you were comfortable with and taking this job and what you have to do to compete in this league from that perspective? And, he said he was. And so, yeah, we'll see real quick because, the guys at Xavier, Ryan Conwell, one of their top scorers from last year, Dalen Swain, those are 2 guys that are obviously probably their top 2 targets so far in trying to, once they were in the portal, obviously Shawn Miller wanted to bring them with him to Texas. Dalen Swain was already on campus for an official visit. Ryan Conwell's supposed to be in this week as well. And yeah, if you just are on social media, you see figures being thrown out, 1 million, 1.5. I've seen 2 million, it's wild. So obviously very highly coveted guys. I think with Conwell, it's Texas, Indiana, and then in Swain is Texas, Ohio State. Those are kind of the main players in those recruitments. Obviously Swain's from Columbus, so, they have kind of the home proximity going for them. But yeah, I'll be curious to see how these visits go. I think Swain's wrapping it up today. I would imagine Texas would like him to commit. So, we're certainly on watch for him. And then Conwell later this week. And then, they just, I just saw a report on Twitter, Jakari White, a North Dakota State shooting guard, that averaged 17, 4, and 2 a game last year is visiting tomorrow. So they're going to have a ton of guys in. Obviously, they have, close to 10 spots probably they need to fill. I don't have the exact number, but, it's a lot of the roster they're going to have to turn over. And so, but I think it starts with Conwell and Swain for sure.
Hank, your thoughts on Texas women's basketball making the Final Four yesterday? I know last week, kind of downer with Aaliyah Chavez going to the rival up there in Norman, but it's kind of a big deal to stick it to her in the way for this Texas women's team to get to the Final Four while Oklahoma went out on account of Paige Beckers in the Sweet 16.
Yeah. What's her nickname? Paige Buckets. Isn't that her name? Her nickname? Yeah. No, they looked awesome. No, I mean, very cool. It seems hard to believe that like this is their first Final Four since 2003. They've always had a really successful program, but that game last night, you thought they were running away with it, and then TCU kind of crept back in and it made it a little interesting towards the end. Texas pulled back out Madison Booker, Kyle Oldacre. I mean, my goodness, that full length drive she made. I mean, she was all over the place, in the middle. So, part 4 with South Carolina, I don't really know how to predict that game. You'd think they're both so, they could probably split 4 games. So you would think maybe this could go Texas's way, but, Texas can't get into shooting slumps. They have to, they can't be in the, what was the halftime score last night? Like 25,
23-21.
Yeah, 23-21. Like you have to score points, and obviously the defense is there, but obviously South Carolina is a different beast too. But we've seen them beat them. We know they're capable of it. So can they keep riding this momentum? But man, they're fun to watch. This team seems this team seems special. All the pieces they have in place. They're healthy with Rory Harmon coming back this year. The freshman talent. Jordan Lee hit a big 3 last night. They're really fun to watch. So I'll be curious to see what happens Friday night. And I need to give a shout out, Aaliyah Chavez is to Oklahoma, but Aaliyah Crump, Texas signee, number 4 player in the country, is playing in the McDonald's All-American game tonight. So
here we go.
Minnetonka,
right. Minnesota.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where Prince was getting it done. You know what I'm saying? He in Apollonia, for those who remember. You know what I'm saying? In circa 1984. Hank, the spring football rolls on. Ryan Wingo with a little bit of a hammy. So that means more opportunity for some of these receivers, the younger receivers, Jamie French, Kalik Lockett, Michael Terry III, Parker Livingstone. Your thoughts on what we're hearing out of spring football after week 1?
I think entering the spring, we knew a freshman wide receiver was going to have to step up just with depth and, guys leaving after this past season. Now they're really going to have to step up. We're going to probably need to see a a lot more of Jamie French, Jalen McCutcheon, Michael Terry. Obviously, Parker Livingstone was taking first team reps, or, you know, at least with the first group of receivers when we saw them in practice last week. But yeah, you know, obviously the talent's there. There's just, it's razor thin in terms of the depth. There's not a lot of guys after that. And, you know, obviously I need to, you know, Aaron Butler as well. And guys, you know, Freddie Dubose isn't with the team. You got Wingo down, you got Demo down, just not a lot of guys. And so, you know, we'll see. I mean, obviously we're not going to see a spring game, but, you know, we're going to have to see some of these freshmen step up, which could be a good thing. You know, if you kind of look towards the season, you know, we know Arch has a connection with Wingo. We know he has a connection with DeAndre Moore. Maybe this is, you know, a blessing in disguise in that he can really work that connection with these younger guys he hasn't thrown the ball to as much, you know, in game situations. So, yeah, you know, you don't want to ever see a guy injured, but, you know, at least it's not, from what we're hearing, crazy serious. You know, it's going to, you know, hamstring will hold you out, but, you know, something he can recover from, and you don't have to, you know, worry about it affecting the season. What's up, CB? But beyond that, you know, I think, you know, it's the, you know, Arch's team now. You know, the one, you know, time we saw them live with the practice viewing, you know, he looked dialed in, as you would expect him to. Obviously, he has starting experience. He has big game experience playing. So I don't think there's going to be much of a drop off, if any. Probably, you know, not at all, with Arch, with, you know, Quinn Ewers to Arch Manning. But yeah, you know, I still think, you know, what's that defensive line going to look like? Is it going to be, you know, Alex January, Cole Brevard, and, you know, how do these new guys fit in? And then, you know, in 2 weeks, we have the portal opening up. So, you know, are any guys going to leave from this spring? Who are they going to go try and get? You know, I think you could make arguments for several different positions that they probably need to probably, you know, add on to. But yeah, so still, you know, 1 weekend, but still plenty of questions to be answered.
Yeah. Nick, talk a little bit about Nick Brooks, who you're really high on. Been hearing really good things about him. He just looks like he has a college-ready body. Doesn't mean he has a college-ready game. And let's not go too far and compare him to like Kelvin Banks or anything. But you like where it's going with Nick Brooks. Talk about him a little bit and what his upside is right now.
Yeah, you know, he just seems like, you know, a man amongst boys. You know, I think that was the biggest selling point. You know, Texas loved him so much at the high school level, was he's just a huge athletic kid. You know, he started high school in Georgia. He transferred to Iowa. He transferred back to Georgia and played at Grayson, which is essentially, you know, a college-ready program. They have all sorts of stuff. They have a sports science director that I spoke to. But I remember last year when he committed, he talked about how nimble he was. You know, he said at 6'7", 350 pounds, which I think is what the roster has him at Texas. I think they have him at 353, but 6'7", regardless. You know, he had him. He ran 17.6 miles per hour in a 10-yard fly with a 20-yard acceleration. So that's insane for somebody that size. Like, can you imagine somebody running at you that size and, like, you know, needing to you know, stand up for yourself or you know, protect yourself. But no, he's a, you know, another big thing with him is they talk about his work ethic. And I think that shows. You already see him with, you know, the second team at left tackle, the guy that, you know, if this holds up, you know, we'll see what happens at the end of spring, but the guy that if Gooseby, God forbid, goes down for any reason, Nick Brooks steps in. So, you know, Texas seems to have had this kind of succession plan under Steve Sarkisian at left tackle. You know, obviously they had Kelvin Banks for so long. That was huge. But they had Trevor Gooseby ready. You know, he came in and proved he could play, that he's developed. Now it looks like Nick Brooks is the next guy up. And of course, you know, you got, you know, Brandon Baker, who could kick over to left tackle as well. And maybe Nick Brooks plays right tackle next year. I don't know. But they seem to be in good shape in terms of kind of the next man up on that offensive line.
Well, Hank, I called you Nick. My apologies.
You were saying Nick Brooks.
I'm saying Nick Brooks.
Didn't think anything.
Give me a break. Damn.
Hey, we got loyal listeners, man.
We do.
The DBs, Hank. I mean, we're hearing stuff about Xavier Filsamy, Santana Wilson, Warren Roberson, and that's just Filsamy's working at safety, but Wilson's working at corner. Wardell Mack. I mean, in addition to Kobe Black and Cade Phillips, I'm fascinated by this corner battle going on, and where everyone's going to end up in the secondary.
Yeah, they got. I mean, you're losing Makuba and Jade Barron, but you have some really talented kids back. I know, at Pro Day, all the talk was about Jelani McDonald and what he brings to the table. Obviously, a former 24/7 sports freak on the freaks list. I mean that compliment in a complimentary way. Big time player. They're saying he's wearing number 4 now. And Andrew Makuba was joking he'll have to represent the 4s now that Makuba's gone. But yeah, I mean, Jalen Gilbo, Kobe Black, Wardell Mack taking first team reps as star last week. I know fans are excited about him. We didn't see a ton of him as a true freshman, but I remember in that Colorado State game, he had that toe tap interception in the back of the end zone at the very end of that game in the season opener. Kind of gives you a little appetizer of what he brings to the table. I think obviously what you have in Manny Muhammad and Michael Taft. Those guys are no-brainers. But the rest of it's going to be really interesting when Derek Williams gets healthy again. Are they going to move Jelani McDonald around? Jalen Gilbo, is he going to be on the opposite side of Muhammad, or is it going to be Cubby Black? And then you mentioned the other young guys as well. They signed Caleb Chester, Grayson Littleton. And then we haven't even mentioned Jonah Williams yet. A guy that, if you want to put at cornerback, he could probably go be one of your best cornerbacks too. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's just how special he is. So that'll be interesting when he switches, to the football side of things. So a lot to be excited about, and I'm sure the coaches are having fun trying to piece it together on their best 4 or 5 guys in the secondary on the field.
Yeah. Well, obviously, Hank, we have the 22 freshmen, but we also have the 5 transfers who are on campus, whether it's Cole Brevard, Harold Canoe, Travis Shaw, Brad Spence. Any one of those, have you been hearing guys have been standing out, playing good football, maybe bringing some leadership with the experience that they've had at the previous stops?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, just seeing Hero Canoe last week, I mean, he looks like $1 million, and I think he's really exciting because he's still like untapped potential. We just don't really know. He's playing in a reserve role at Ohio State. Like that's a starter most other places. So I think his potential is up there in terms of what he can do. He's a former soccer player, like 6'5", 300-pound soccer player. So certainly, can move around.
Stew, baby.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited to see, what he brings to the table as we get throughout spring, hearing more about him. I would imagine, obviously Jack Baumeister, the punter, he's going to be your starting punter. I would be shocked if he wasn't. And props to Michael Kern for hanging around and not going in the portal. He obviously punted really well in that in the playoff, but to stick around, develop 1 year under Baumeister, I think that says a lot about him. So I think his future is bright. Shaw, obviously, I think is kind of your Bill Norton of 2025. Brevard's probably in line for a starting gig, and then Brad Spence. You just don't have a lot of depth at linebacker. You got really talented guys, but you're losing some guys, to the NFL or to eligibility. So, I think this transfer haul is really exciting. We'll be curious to see, do they try to go get a receiver in the spring, depending on who's available? Do they try to get a running back, maybe a tight end? Maybe an offensive lineman. I don't know. Yeah, they did host an interior offensive lineman on a official visit in the first window. So shows are not against it. And obviously, it'll also depend on who leaves from Texas. You got to imagine there's probably some guys that are going to test the waters elsewhere after the spring. So I think it's a good haul so far. I'll be curious to see how it finishes out.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's going to be exciting. Anything on the high school recruiting trail, Hank?
Yeah, so we saw this past weekend, they kind of had their first decently sized recruiting weekend. They're calling it Longhorn City Limits, which is what they did last year. So I think they're just going to call big recruiting weekends Longhorn City Limits. So there was one this past weekend, and there's another one that's even bigger coming up on April 12th, which we'll see Diabell at, and some really big name recruits. A lot more turnout at that one. But some good news out of this past weekend is Nick Robertson, who's a guy I think we've talked about on here, interior offensive lineman from the Houston area. He committed, one of these Kyle Flood specialty guys, not a sexy ranking by any means. He's not, your 5-star DJ Campbell, but big time player, just nasty, gritty player. I think he's 6'3.5". Hold on, like 3. He's big, but he committed over the weekend over A&M, and I'm pretty sure he was, from what I was told, he's been in the class for a minute, just kind of privately, ever since we saw Max Wright commit. I think we've all kind of been saying we think, if we had to pick one, Nick Robertson's probably next. He's just a Texas kid. He's never really been too much of a secret. So he's committed now. They have 2 offensive line commits in the class that, they're probably going to need to take 6, I would think at least. They probably need 3 tackles, probably need 3 interior guys. Obviously, they'll take the best guys they can get if they want in. I don't think they're going to be too worried about numbers crunching in this era. But Nick Robertson, Max Wright so far. This big fish are still out there. John Turntine III from North Crowley, Felix Ojo from Mansfield. Those are kind of your 2 big prize marquee offensive line targets. Still think Texas is right there for both of them. Then you got some other guys like Toa Katoa, another interior guy from Euless Trinity. He's a big target. You got some California guys. Cody Green is committed to Oregon. He's a composite 5-star tackle. Sam Utu from California. You got a guy in Florida named Sam Roserborough, who's another interior versatile tackle type. He's a big target. Zayden Crimpen. So there's a bunch of guys. They're still sorting all this out. There's plenty of offensive linemen to go around in this class. And so, I think Texas will really try to strike while the iron's hot in terms of, this is a really strong year for offensive line, and it's a year Texas needs to fill up there. So that's the big storyline coming out of the weekend. We're going to see more kids visit throughout the week. The 12th will be a big weekend. I'm sure the fan day will have a pretty solid turnout on the 26th. And then, before you know it, we're in official visit season where, there's already almost like 50 kids expected over those 3 weekends.
Okay.
Boom.
There we
Say
go.
you got one more?
Yeah, I got one more. So you like Hank Nicholas Robinson?
Yeah, he's kind of like your Nate Kibble type. Just kind of a fierce like guy in the trenches you want. We've already seen Nate Kibble kind of make his move up. He's running with the second team at guard. So he's kind of those like SEC road grader type, 6'3", 335. Had a really impressive offer list, almost 24. Alabama, all the SEC schools wanted him for the most part that I know. But he's always been enamored with Texas. He camped for his offer last summer, so they've already seen him through their workouts. They saw him through his junior season, and Texas just loves him. So, the ranking, like I said, you see the people that complain, 3-star, but he's like, you almost kind of want 3-star offensive linemen. They're like almost a little bit more chip on their shoulder, like they're more mad about it. So not that Nick Robertson's mad about it, but a little bit of a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah. Connor Williams, 3-star. Mm-hmm. Sam Cosme, 3-star.
Gooseby, right? Wasn't Gooseby a 3-star?
Yeah, Gooseby, 3-star. Yep.
Now look out.
In Kyle Flood, Texas trusts. Hank, great stuff, man. Always look forward to it. Always appreciate it. Sorry we cut into your workout.
No, I got it done. He made me run faster because I had to get back to my computer.
So,
appreciate you, Hank.
I bet you were going 20 miles an hour. If we could
I would be at a hospital right now, not here. But
all right. Hey, let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. Hank South, horns247.com. Hank does it all. Guy's amazing. All right. So, Zay, can you believe this? Can you believe this? Can you believe this? I'm in first place for the 65-inch 4K Samsung TV.
No,
you kidding me?
Your chalky ass brackets paid off, my
chalky
friend.
ass bracket.
Man,
I got all 4 of the final 4.
Damn.
And I this is where it probably ends for me, but I got Florida over Auburn, and I got Houston over Duke, which I'm not feeling so great about. But I mean, let's go.
You should feel great. I mean, again, you know your boy Rick Barnes. He was going to fumble eventually. It's Rick.
Kelvin Sampson owns Rick Barnes. I hate to say it. I love Rick. It's my guy. But Kelvin Sampson owns him.
Yeah.
Back to their Texas OU days.
You know, Rick, it's hard for him to get any type of upset win during this time of the year, even though he was the 2 seed. Like last year also, like even if it's not Kelvin Sampson, there's just something about Rick Barnes. Like I called him the college basketball version of Jerry Sloan yesterday. Like there's just certain amazing Hall of Fame type coaches that can never get over the mountaintop. And it's
Marty Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
Marv Levy.
Yeah, there we go. A couple of names right there. But no, I like Houston. Like, if anybody's going to make Cooper Flagg and the Blue Devils feel it, it's them.
Yeah.
And the winner of Auburn and Alabama, or excuse me, Auburn and Florida, they should feel good because that's going to be a dogfight, Houston and Duke. Like, Houston makes you play that way. Roberts and Uzen and LJ Cryer, all those guys. Sharp's an absolute dog. He could light it up. Somebody said on X/Twitter the other day, which couldn't be more accurate, Houston has 2 hoopers, and everybody else seems like they can play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, that's how they play. They're just so physical, undersized bigs, but insanely long and have crazy athleticism that are just tough, blue-collar, hard-hat guys. I'm not saying Duke doesn't have guys like that. Like Cooper Flagg, he's a dog. You know, it's the South Sudan brother, Maluach. He's a hell of a player. He's a lottery pick. Knipple is a lottery pick. So that's going to be a really good matchup. I do appreciate all 4 coaches that are in the Final Four. None of them have titles under their belt, so somebody's going to get their first one come next Monday. Like, I really don't mind the chalk. You know, we talked about it, NIL. It's going to be like this forever as long as NIL is a thing. Like, the bigger schools are going to get the best players because they got the paper to do so. And it couldn't be more apparent here in the college basketball season where you have all number 1 seeds heading to San Antonio.
I mean, Texas Tech had it.
They had it. That felt so good. That was so good to watch. I can't stand Tech being a better basketball program than Texas. That makes my skin crawl. I can't stand it. I really don't like that Houston's here. I hate that Scott Drew has one. Sucks. Hopefully Shawn Miller can change things, but yeah, Tech had it. You got to make your free throws. You always say it, Chip. Got to make them free throws, baby.
Got to make them free throws. Yeah, and last night, we got Hummer coming in here in a minute. But the news today obviously is Buzz Williams wanted out of A&M. We've been saying that for over a week. And he found a landing spot at Maryland. He was over Trev Alberts, his athletic director at A&M.
Man, I felt like we've heard a story like this before, where A&M coaches over Trev Alberts. Is this deja vu? What's going on here? I felt like I've heard this.
Yeah. Texas's baseball coach might have a couple stories for you. But Buzz Williams to Maryland. He's going back to the ACC. And Buzz, I like Buzz, but
Big Ten. You're thinking Gary Williams days.
Oh,
Maryland's Big Ten again.
Well, no, he was with Virginia Tech.
Right.
In the ACC.
Right.
Oh, now he's in the Big Ten. Sorry.
Yeah.
But they're talking about maybe Chris Beard to A&M. Let's bring in Hummer. Let's see what Hummer thinks.
That'd be crazy.
Everything. Hummer, did you see the movie Purple Rain?
Like about Prince?
Yeah.
I've not, no.
Oh,
All right,
man, that's a must watch. I know you're busy, Hummer, but that's a must. That's
we gotta
a
get
must.
you.
Yes.
Come
Did
on.
y'all see the documentary that like Netflix was supposed to make about Prince? It was the same guy who made OJ in America, and Prince's estate shut it down like weeks before it was supposed to release.
Oh, really?
Does Prince have demons that we don't know about?
Yeah, he did. I read a story in the New York Times about it. Apparently, a lot of stuff was happening behind the scenes with Prince that was going to come out in the documentary, and they shut it down.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I don't
Not
know.
like I don't think like Michael Jackson died or something.
Yo, you're gonna ruin all of Chip's childhood, man.
I don't know if I can handle that. I mean, hopefully it was just he was having sex with too many women, but you know, if it was something other than that.
Bill Cosby was having sex with too many women too.
Okay, all right. I don't think Prince was having to drug women, but I don't want to. Hell, Hummer knows more. What did they allude to the scandalism?
Yeah, I think it was more that, I mean, I think there was some accusations of abuse towards women in a couple circumstances. But like, I don't want to speak on, I haven't seen the movie, obviously. It was just like the New York Times that had seen the movie talking to the director whose movie wouldn't come out. And I don't even think it was like a gotcha piece. It was just like a portrait of how complicated Prince was and kind of his background. Grew up in an abusive family, it sounded like, and kind of the demons he battled that allowed his art to be as good as it was. But sounded like a documentary I would watch. But I'll put Purple Rain on the on the docket too.
Yeah. Well, just wanted to start there because Aaliyah Crump, the shooting guard who is coming to Texas, she's from Lake Minnetonka, Minnesota, which is where Purple Rain was filmed. So,
okay,
you know, but
does she have any relation to Prince?
I don't know. She's a cutie. I mean, Prince probably would have hit on her. I'm not gonna lie. Hummer, full disclosure, you went to Texas.
I did.
How you feeling about the women's basketball team going to the Final Four?
Good. I mean, Vic Schaefer's done an amazing job, and I've probably watched more women's basketball this year than men's basketball, to be honest. It's hard not to root for somebody like Roy Harmon, who I've seen play in person a ton of times, coming back from injury that way. I think Texas has to shoot really well against South Carolina because this team hasn't shot well in a minute. But if they get hot from behind the arc, like, it's possible. Like, I mean, they already beat South Carolina once this year, and I wouldn't say I'm like overly optimistic because this is the best team in women's basketball that you're getting in the semis. But this is a team certainly capable of winning that game, and it's gone further than a Texas women's basketball team has in a long time.
Yeah, since 2003.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, you could argue Texas will have the best player in the game in Madison Booker. Like, I know it's an argument, but like, I can see a path where Texas possibly wins, but they're gonna have to shoot a heck of a lot better than they have recently. Because as good as the defense has been, like, the last two games have been a struggle to watch with the eyes sometimes on the offensive end. Reminds me of some old school Rick Barnes basketball at times. Not in terms of like play style necessarily, but just with all the bricks that were being laid. So, yeah.
I remember some of those games. Texas Temple in the NCAA tournament.
Good grief.
Yeah.
That was in the Wayback Machine. That was like 1999. Speaking of Prince. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Zach.
Hummer, I don't know if you've seen on the NFL scale, but they're really trying hard to get rid of the tush push. And Chips talked about it on multiple shows, how Texas should bring the tush push to the table with Arch Manning. How do you feel about what Philadelphia has, I guess, profited off of these last few years, trying to be banned? Because we got some coaches like Greg McDermott in Buffalo saying what I have to do for my defense to try to stop it is an issue. And I don't know, is it that deep? Should it be banned, or what are your opinions on it?
Do you want my opinion as a Cowboys fan or my opinion
give us both.
as a Cowboys fan? Ban it into the moon, man. Like it should have been banned 3 years ago. As far as like the football side of it, I'm of two minds. One, like, stop it. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, like it's a legal play. Like you have to figure out a way to make it work. If you're a defense, as difficult as that is. But at the same time, like I would say it's illegal for defenders to be pushed that way. Like you cannot line up you can't line up a nose tackle, put two linebackers behind him and push him forward to the line of scrimmage. Like that is illegal. And it does feel, I mean, football is unfair to defenders in a lot of cases anyway, right? Like the rules are predicated towards offense, but it feels very difficult for me to defend a play in which an offense is able to perform something that a defense can't do on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. So from that perspective, like I do understand the argument to get rid of it. I don't think most teams would be making this argument if they were as good at it as Philly is. I think if you look at the numbers outside of Philly, it's not a play with like a 100% success rate by any means. Philly's just particularly good at running it thanks to Jalen Hurts, who is one of the strongest quarterbacks in the league and a really good interior offensive line. But I think it's kind of lame, to be honest. Like, I think we all remember the Bush push from years ago. I'm not even sure. Is that still an illegal? I haven't talked to anybody in college football about this. Is that an illegal play in college football still? Because
no. Because remember the Arizona State offensive lineman who grabbed
Scadaboo forward? Is that different than like pushing them at the line of scrimmage?
Ooh.
Because like the Bush push was famously like a famous play because it's technically illegal.
Right.
Happened. So I don't even honestly like I'm just being a bad reporter here for college football. I don't know if that's actually illegal or not. I would have to check, but like
I think it's legal.
Well, I don't know why more people wouldn't do it then, but like but sorry, I was getting distracted by a text. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's I think I lean towards banning it just because the defenders can't match the same motion, the same idea, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
it really puts a defense in a really difficult spot because you're not able to form a particular defensive function. Like you're always on the goal line having to put multiple bodies in the middle to defend the run. But in that particular play, like I don't know how often the Eagles do it, but it really wouldn't take a lot for Jalen Hurts to just kind of roll back for a second and toss an easy touchdown because they dedicate so many resources inside. So I don't know. I'm not a fan of the play, but also I'm a biased Cowboys fan. And it works every time, and I hate the Eagles. So take that for what you will.
Yeah. Hummer, as we get ready for the portal to open once again mid-month, how are you preparing as the portal expert for the portal opening mid-month?
Basically the last couple of days I'm spending time calling schools to ask what they need in the portal positionally. I talk to agents to see who could be entering the portal, talk to schools to see who could be entering the portal, gathering as much information as I can. I would say right off the bat, I don't think it's going to be a particularly crazy portal cycle by any means. We saw a name like David Bailey, who is visiting Texas. Like it's going to be like David Bailey's going to be at the top of the heap. You know what I mean? There might be 5 or 6 David Baileys, but I don't think you're going to see any super duper stars entering the portal. This is just a much slower time of year, but everybody has a hole or two that they're trying to fill, and you're going to see teams be very aggressive and trying to address those here over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Hummer, Texas A&M as a whole right now, Buzz Williams just left the basketball program to go to Maryland. And now you're hearing reports on Trev Alberts being the problem again. We saw what happened with Jim Schlossnagle. I know Jim Schlossnagle and CDC have a good relationship, but the Jimbo Fisher thing happened too. Does A&M have an issue here? Like, is Trev Alberts becoming that big of a problem as the athletic director where, look at Michael Early and the Texas A&M baseball team. Like, they're struggling their ass off. what's going on in College Station? Obviously, as a Texas fan, kind of like how you are about Philadelphia as a Cowboys fan, I love it. Like, I couldn't get enough of it. Like, bring it on, Trev Albert, stay as long as you can. But realistically, I know those fans are losing their mind right now.
Yeah, tough run for A&M fans recently. But I don't know if Trev Albert's is the problem. I think anytime I don't think people quite understand in a lot of cases like how tight ADs and head coaches can be in these sports when you're hired. Not only is the AD the one that hires you, the AD is the one that believes in you. Like they believed in your vision. They believed in you as the person. They brought you in, they're paying you. Like they're putting their career and their future behind you. So when you lose that person who hired you, in Buzz Williams' case, it wasn't Trev Alberts, that's a pretty significant blow. And not everybody's going to see eye to eye. It's the same reason why, like a lot of times in pro sports, like if you hire a new GM, like in the NFL, and you have a head coach that's a holdover, that head coach doesn't always last very long because they have two competing visions. And I think in Trev Alberts' case, somebody who came to A&M and saw a shifting landscape of college athletics and had to really alter the budget. I think this level of support's maybe a little different for some of these coaches. And I don't know if it could like rub them the wrong way, but it's a different circumstance than they stepped into. And I think when you have that happen and you're somebody like Jim Schlossnagle, who obviously had one of the 2 or 3 best jobs in college baseball put in front of you, like you listen to that. And if I'm not mistaken, Buzz Williams is from that area of the country, right? Like, is he from?
No, he's from Texas.
Oh, is he? Oh, that's on me. Well, I don't have a good explanation for Buzz Williams. I haven't talked to anybody there, but I don't know if Buzz Williams, like, I don't know the circumstances of that one, but Trev Alberts, for the most part, is a decently well-respected athletic director. But it's not good when you lose a Texan, and I'm seeing now from Greenville to Maryland as your basketball coach. But I don't know. Maryland's more of a basketball school than A&M is. Maryland will contribute more to rev share to basketball than Texas A&M will. So maybe that had something to do with it. But I guess we'll see, basically, depending on who they hire.
Hummer, what's your early take on A&M football?
I think they'll be pretty good. I mean, it sounds lame, but I think a lot of it's going to depend on how Marcel Reed develops. We always talk about quarterbacks this time of year, but I think at A&M it's particularly noteworthy. He's somebody with a particularly high ceiling. I mean, if you've ever stood next to him, he's like 6'6", like 220. He looks like a Greek god, like in terms of his physical abilities. He's got a huge arm, but that didn't always translate, as Texas fans saw, to a lot of success as a passer. Now I'm pulling up his profile and my computer's giving me meters for some reason instead of height and weight and pounds and feet. But anyway,
you got the European A&M football website.
Well, ESPN, famously European, but sorry. But yeah, I mean, he completed 61.3% of his passes last year. A&M wanted more out of him. I think they wanted more consistency. I think Colin Klein's hoping he can open up the playbook a little bit more this year. And the receivers they brought in play a pretty big role in that. Like they brought in Casey Concepcion from NC State, who is one of the top receivers in the portal. They brought in Mario Craver from Mississippi State, who's had some problems off the field already, but it's a talent upgrade over what they had in the room before. Terry Bussey is still on campus, the 5-star receiver from last cycle. So it's going to be a very talented room on paper. And if those two areas of the team can take a step forward, maybe they get a little more consistent secondary play. I think A&M can be very good. I would not put them atop the SEC this year. I think they're a step behind a couple of the other teams in that league, but I think they're going to be very competitive once again.
Yeah. Hummer, Deion Sanders, stand in Boulder till 2029. He's a part of the $10 million coaching club like Steve Sarkisian is, Ryan Day, guys of, that realm. Talk about this, because a lot of what we've heard, just rumor, speculation, is that Deion might want to go elsewhere, whether that's the NFL or a place better than Colorado. And here he is sticking around.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think there were any jobs this coaching cycle that would attract Deion. I have not seen his buyout number either, to be clear. I don't know if that's been reported what his new contract is, but I think that'll say a lot about his future. Like, would it surprise me in a year or two if a big Power 4 team came calling and Deion decided to give that consideration? Or let's say things go south with whoever drafts his son. Like, would Deion give consideration to go in the NFL? I think so, but I've heard Deion Sanders is very happy in Colorado. This is a situation where he can run the program however he wants without any real expectations placed upon him. He doesn't have to go out and recruit, which is still wild to me. He runs the program how he wants. He can have his own content factory there. No offense to the Colorado SID staff, but their media certainly does not run through them. It runs through Deion. He has free reign of that place, and there's a lot of belief in him. He's the highest paid coach in the Big 12 now. And I mean, other than the cold, I could think of a lot worse situations for a person like Deion Sanders to spend his time doing. And depending on what that contract looks like, I would imagine he has some flexibility to take a job in the future if he wants.
Yeah, I was told that Brett Favre and Deion Sanders went to the Southern Miss athletic director, I want to say 8 years ago, and said, we'll coach the team for free. And the AD was like, no, we're good. Whoops. Maybe that was more on Brett Favre than Deion Sanders, but now Prime is running things, as they say.
And and to that point, like TCU, like there were people in TCU's administration and their search 2 or 3 years ago that really wanted to hire Deion Sanders. And I'm not saying it worked out fine. Like Sonny Dykes took them to a national championship game, but like, can you imagine Deion Sanders and DFW recruiting? Like, it'll be interesting. Like, let's say a Florida State opens up in a year potentially if things go wrong for Mike Norvell. Like, you never know.
Yeah, because Colorado is no easy place to recruit to. That is for sure.
Yeah, getting a kid out of South Florida in December to come visit Boulder is a different experience for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Who do you like way too early in the Big 12?
Texas Tech. I mean, they've spent more money on their, I would imagine. In some ways, I think they probably spent double on their roster compared to every other team in that league. I don't know the exact number, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's hard not to like Texas Tech. Arizona State brings back a ton. We saw what they did against Texas, and what was that? The Fiesta Bowl? I'm trying to remember what.
Peach.
My bad. Sorry, Atlanta. We saw what Arizona State did against Texas in the Peach Bowl. Everybody's back there for the most part. I think they actually returned 21 and 22 starters off the top of my head. So literally everyone is back there. Iowa State, I think, is going to be really good once again. I think people in Fort Worth are pretty bullish about what TCU will look like. But it'll be interesting. As we saw last year, I think the teams that got picked 13th and 14th in that league ended up in the conference championship game. So there's not a lot of separation between the bottom and the top in the Big 12. And I think a lot of it will depend on how things break. But Texas Tech kind of has to be your answer. I think they have the most talented team in the league. I think it would be a huge disappointment for Texas Tech if you don't make the conference championship game next year. I think that's the standard. I remember talking about this with Texas 2 years ago and their last year in the Big 12. Like, that roster was so good, you have to make the Big 12 championship game. I don't think Texas Tech is quite that talented as Texas was in 2023. But like, it's not that different. Like, that's a really talented Texas Tech team. They need to make the Big 12 championship.
Yeah. Speaking of Arizona State, Hummer, I don't know if you've seen their new field. They're going with the all maroon field down there in Arizona State, kind of like Boise State with their colors. Are you a fan of college teams doing that? I mean, it looks cool, but I don't know. It could be pretty loud.
Is that
April Fool's thing?
Was that real?
God, I hate this damn thing. I have not seen that.
I might
just
not be, but it's
realized
just
it.
suspicious. But it's April 1st.
Okay, that would make a lot more sense then. I got
Tiger Woods got me this morning. He was like, hyperbaric chamber, can play on the Achilles. I'm going to go play in the Masters next week. I was hyped, but then he posted April Fools. I was pretty pissed.
God, I hate this day. We need somebody to cancel this freaking day. Good Lord.
Who do you like? Well, we can ask you next week, but who's your early favorite for the Masters?
I mean, I always like picking a Longhorn, obviously, like Scotty. Somebody I remember I actually did an internship in college where I worked with Scotty Scheffler for a little bit, but Rory's my guy. I'm rooting for Rory, and Rory's won 2 of the last 3 tournaments he started, finished top 6 last week in Houston. I hope he can finish the Grand Slam, but I'll pick Rory. Never works out in a major, but I like Rory. I'd have Rory. I mean, it's nothing new. Rory and Scotty are the top of the card. Like, they're the 2 best players in the world right now. And then I would probably think about like Ludwig Oberg. He's changed his name pronunciation a couple times, it seems like, but those are the 3 guys I would point to.
Yeah, man, Rory. He needs a good sports therapist.
Yeah, he needs some Wyndham Clark energy over there.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going too deep into golf, but Full Swing, Wyndham Clark had a whole episode about his therapy. So yeah, man. And I always love watching Jordan Spieth at the Masters. So I hope he can. His wrist is feeling good, and he has a good weekend there.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah,
I don't think this story is an April Fool's joke, but it might be. So bear with me here. But Coastal Carolina free concession stands for all the 2025 season when you go to the game. That's interesting. How's that going to work?
I mean, it's the cheap items, right? It's like popcorn, hot dogs. What were they like? Pretzels,
nachos, maybe? I think.
And I think it's cool, man. It's an incentive to 1, fill the stands. 2, like, it's nice to see a college football team doing stuff for the fans. Like, we've talked about this before with spring games, but like, it's not cheap to go to a football game. Even if the tickets are $25, like, and you have a family of 4, you're gonna spend like $50 to $100 on food for your family, and eliminating that cost is great. And I think it's pretty genius, right? Like, you get an insane amount of marketing off this. Like, who else is going to be talking about Coastal Carolina tickets in April other than with this news story? You're giving an incentive to go to these games. You're probably going to sell more tickets than you did last year. You're getting more people to support your program and kind of get in the door there. And at the end of the day, like, people still want to drink beer. So, like, that's the most expensive product. So you make your highest margins. I don't know if sodas are included in that, but you also make insane margins off of soda. As somebody that used to work in fast food, like, it's crazy how much you make for 1 bag of soda, essentially. So, and bag being like the giant bags they come in. So, like, I don't think Coastal's gonna be losing a lot of money off this. If anything, it's probably like a promotion that's gonna end up like making them money, and it makes the fans happy too. I wish more teams would do it.
Where'd you work in fast food, Hummer?
I had a stint at Chick-fil-A in college for like 3 years, and I was a Brahms employee for like 3 years too. Yeah,
nice.
Yo, Brahms is my spot.
Yeah, man.
That's the place, man. Not many places you could get frozen waffles and some ice cream to go in the same sitting. That's Brahms is the underrated spot.
I'm still sticker shocked every time I go to like Amy's or something around here. Like, Brahms is like, get like a scoop of ice cream for like $2. You go to Amy's and you're paying 7 or 8 for it. So yeah, I grew up eating that stuff. But yeah, if anybody needs a milkshake made, I'm your guy. I've made plenty of them in my life.
What's the secret at Chick-fil-A? Why are they so consistently good?
I think it's because of the fresh ingredients. I know it's stupid. Like, they actually hand cut chicken breasts in the back, right? Like, take the fat off. It's fresh. The fries are always fresh. And like, everything is everybody's pleasure, I guess. Like, friendly attitude.
Well, Hummer, you made a hole-in-one last week.
I did.
And we wanted to celebrate that with you. So today I'm going to say, can you believe I'm leading the Texas Sports Unfiltered NCAA tournament bracket?
Let's go. I didn't get invited to join this.
Well, I mean,
we were
everyone was
promoting it,
invited.
I'm gonna call. Brad didn't even tell me.
Yeah, we had it pinned at the top of the social media there, but
that's on me. That's on me. I apologize. I try to.
You're really busy, Hummer. You missing it. It's not a surprise.
No, yeah. So I'm probably jinxing.
Can I talk about? Are we want to talk about brackets for a second? Because I'm. I had the entire East region correct, and I'm 99.9% in the world. I had the Final Four, top 6,000 in ESPN. Don't tell my bosses I use ESPN instead of CBS.
You got all the Final Four picks right?
We'll see. I think ESPN had over 20 million brackets, and I'm 5,176 like total. So it's been a strong showing.
But so everyone who's in the Final Four, you picked.
I had the whole thing correct, and then I had Florida versus Houston in the national championship game. Not feeling great about the Houston over Duke pick at this point, but
you and I have the same thing.
The same thing. Chip said the same stuff.
I have Houston over Duke, Florida over Auburn, and Houston over Florida.
Let's go, Chip. Let's go.
You should have entered because you'd be winning our bracket because I'm 10,006. My rank is 10,643. What's yours?
5,000.
Damn.
176.
Damn, Hummer.
I know. I'm on a heater, you know.
Man knows it all.
I haven't stepped on the pickup court in a minute, but I think I'm gonna hit some threes if I go out there and play later. So
hell yeah, you're gonna hit some threes.
If it makes you feel any better, Chip, I don't feel at all confident in Florida or Houston at this point. So,
hey,
we might both
at this point, we are pot committed, baby.
Yeah. If I could redo those two picks, I would probably switch them, to be honest. But maybe not Florida, especially with Auburn's best player being hurt right now. But yeah. I would really like a do-over with Duke. To be honest. But
okay.
I have not watched a lot of Cooper Flag this year, by the way. He's unbelievable. Like the way he creates off the dribble at his size, like ridiculous.
I said the same thing, Hummer. I had no idea he was this good.
In my head, maybe I'm just making assumptions, but I thought he was like 6'9" and was like more of kind of like a help defender that like was really good at blocking shots and would create maybe as a secondary creator, but he's like Duke's main ball handler.
Yeah.
And man, I was very impressed. Now I wish the Mavericks were worse, but unfortunately.
Man. Well, Hummer, congratulations, man. I mean, I thought I was congrats
to you, Chip. I'm not a part of your bracket. You are number one in your bracket. I'm not number one in any point.
He don't get no TV though, Chip. Hummer. He ain't gonna get no TV. Like I don't think. Well, come on, man.
That's why I did the ESPN bracket instead of the CBS one. You can't win the CBS prizes.
You can't win it. It has to be the second place person. What's wrong with you?
Whatever, man. Whatever.
How many TVs do you have from Tom anyway?
Yeah. I mean, I bought them.
Well, true.
I'd like to get one for free. I've been buying all of them. But
that is true.
All right, Hummer, you're the man. Man, little did we know. Man gets a hole-in-one and he's beating everyone's ass in the NCAA tournament bracket. Well, hopefully you're in a bracket with like your buddies where you're going to take them each for 100 or something.
Nah, I am in a bracket with my buddies, but it was a free bracket. So unfortunately, not getting that either. This is the first time in years I've not been in a paid bracket league, which is how it happens. So literally the first time since college, probably I've not been in a paid bracket league. So, but
I'm impressed, Hummer. You're the man.
Hey, man.
And since you and I are absolutely tied together in our brackets. Go Cougs.
Well, I picked Florida over Houston, but go Gators. But like get to the finals. Let's make it happen.
Okay. All right. We could be head to head in the finals.
Let's go.
We'll settle up on Tuesday.
Let's do it. Looking forward to it, y'all.
Appreciate you, Hummer.
All right, y'all. Have a good one.
Thanks, Hummer. Chris Hummer, the best. 24/7 sports, college football, transfer portal guru. Man, how about that, Zay? I thought I was, gonna break my arm, patting myself on the back. And Hummer's 5,000 places ahead of me.
Yeah. I mean, he said what? The whole East region,
the whole
right?
East region correct.
That's tough, man.
That means he got, let's go to the East. That's the Duke. He got Oregon, Liberty, Arizona, BYU, Wisconsin, St. Mary's, Bama. Man, he took BYU just the right amount.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby, man. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Like Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, it is Monday. No, it isn't. Yesterday was Monday. But hey, everyday happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. And I know I'm always talking about happy hour, but it's just because I love the appetizer menu at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. And during happy hour, you get $5 off that appetizer menu. That appetizer menu has the crab cake, the mussels, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Listen, this is the best seafood in Austin, Texas. If you have not been to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, you are missing out. If you love raw oysters, this is your jam. They got the best selection of raw oysters in Austin. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Awesome. Date night, any night. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. And for my folks who are snoring out there, hey, Sleep Cycle Center. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com. Because, look, if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person you're sleeping next to. It could also be a sign of a serious health issue. It could mean you're not getting nearly enough oxygen while you're sleeping. So you're not getting deep sleep. If you're waking up tired every morning, there's a reason for that. And here's the greatest thing of all. You go to sleepcyclecenter.com to set up an appointment. Tell them that you heard about them from Texas Sports Unfiltered. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That's bueno. Like, that is no excuse not to do it. So they've got the best technology. They're going to assess exactly what's going on with you when you're sleeping, give you treatment options, but you need all the information, and Sleep Cycle Center is where you go to get that information. Sleepcyclecenter.com, set up an appointment. They got locations at the Arboretum and in Lakeway. Don't forget to tell them you heard about them from Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes. Look, you've been thinking about renovating. First of all, don't do it yourself. Let the experts do it. The key in McCall Custom Homes is the word custom. Mike McCall, family-owned and operated business for 40 years. Great reputation, word of mouth. Check out their work on social media at McCall Custom Homes. But they're going to get every detail right and have them over to see what you're thinking about. They're going to bring their vision to it. And you're going to be like, oh, wow, okay, that's better than I thought. And then every detail is going to be accounted for because they do custom work. They're going to give it to you at a reasonable price. And then you're going to have added value to your home. But more importantly, you're just going to love the renovation. And that's the way it should be. You should love the home you're in. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. And hey, AV Consultations, my man, Tom McKay, the man who put up the 65-inch Samsung 4K TV as part of our bracket challenge that I'm leading and apparently can't win the TV, whatever. I will say that my man Tom McKay is the man. And here's the thing. He's been doing it for 30 years in Austin. He's put up big screen surround sound in your favorite restaurants in Austin. He can do it for you too. It's real simple. All you do is call 255-8678. And Tom and his crew bring everything to you, from the free consultation to installation. You're busy. You don't need to be lugging TVs around, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You just call 255-8678. That's what I'm talking about. Zay, you've crushed me. Can't believe I'm not in the mix to win the TV.
I really don't know that. You could be. You could be. You know, I mean,
Hey, BK, if you're listening, let me know if I'm in or I'm out. Because all I'm going to have, if I win this thing, which I'm now probably just jinxing the hell out of it, I probably have no chance. Naaman wants to know where your bracket is, Zay.
the garbage
It's in the garbage?
where it should be. Yeah, man. I was going all upsets and stuff. I had Michigan State beating Auburn. Downer. Had Tennessee beating Houston. Shouldn't have went against my man Kelvin Sampson, but it's all good. It's all good. We're you know.
Wait, BK said this morning I'm not eligible?
See, man. That's what I'm saying. BK's trying to do this for the fans, man. That's who it's for.
Okay, fine.
Not to work here.
I wish I didn't know that, because I really put in extra brain power into my bracket trying to win this TV. Now I don't even care who wins.
Dang, man.
I'm just kidding.
I care. Whoever
I
wins,
want
whoever's
someone
in
else
second,
to win.
Let's
see. Let's see who's second.
It was
Let me
second.
see who's, huh?
Yeah, let's see who's second.
Yeah, let's see who's second. Let's see
Real
who's
winner.
who's the real winner. I'm gonna cheer for the real winner. And here we go.
Damn,
I'm cheering for Big Bro 211. Big Bro 211.
All right.
Let's go. Oh, and B-Town 09. Those two are right there.
All right.
Big Bro 211 has Florida winning it, and B-Town 09 has Duke winning it.
Those damn Dukies, man.
Man, if Houston wins this thing, watch
I
out.
thought these guys were going to struggle when Krzyzewski left, man. Something. Ain't nothing happened. Still the same Duke. McDonald's All-American game tonight. They got 3 players in it. 3. They could care less who's coaching. Now, John Shire, he's done a hell of a job. And again, this is a guy that came from the Coach K tree. So he understands everything that it takes to be a Blue Devil. He also won a national championship as a player. So that was the perfect hire to get John Shire up there. They could have went different ways. John Shire's relatable, and apparently
he's 37.
Yeah. Like young. Pat Bev said John Shire, because he's from the Chicago area on the outskirts, they used to call him White Mike back during his playing days. White Mike, as in the Caucasian Michael Jordan.
Who'd they call that?
John Shire. That's insane. And you know Pat Bev. I don't know if anyone called Rex Chapman the White Mike, man.
They should have called him the White Dominique or something.
Yo, Rex Chapman was a dude.
Like Rex Chapman and Jason Williams.
White chocolate.
How come we haven't seen players like that?
White chocolate? I mean,
White chocolate, he was filthy fun.
Yeah, but like those fun 10 assists that he had, it also came with about 7 turnovers.
Damn.
I loved white chocolate. That was a good time. But there was a reason why 2001 Sacramento Kings got swept by a Lakers team that he was on. They get rid of him, get Mike Bibby instead. And Mike Bibby, if it wasn't for the NBA being fixed back then on one of the worst officiated game sevens you'll ever see in that 2002 Western Conference Finals between the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers, it would have went different. But that team was way better with Mike Bibby than it was Jason Williams. But White Chocolate was the man. It's just, he came with a lot. He was a lot. Like, if you hear the stories about him at Florida with Billy Donovan, and he had to transfer there because he was an issue off the court. Originally went to Marshall, didn't work out. Young up-and-coming Billy Donovan needed something, so he took a chance on White Chocolate, and it worked out. But White Chocolate, yeah, he's kind of a head case, man. Great player, though.
His turnovers went down. You're right. He averaged 3 turnovers a game his rookie year, 3.7 his second year, 2.1, then 3.3, and then it got under control after he had already been shipped out of Sacramento.
Yeah. It took him a while to learn. I mean, I love those Sacramento King teams that he was on. Vladi and C-Webb, Peja. Those teams were fun as hell, but when you had to play against other good teams, which who's beating Shaq back then? Shaq and Kobe, nobody's beating those guys. So, like, how you can't put that much on White Chocolate. It's just Mike Bibby coming from Arizona, playing under Lute Olson, and him winning. Mike Bibby wasn't as flashy, but more productive, better player overall.
Okay.
Good times, man.
Good times.
Good times.
Good
You're right,
times.
CB. That Spurs team did beat the Lakers in 03. Like, it's hard to four-peat. That's for sure. But, yeah, my man Steven Jackson and rookie Manu. Old Tony.
Manu gives me nightmares. 2005, baby.
2005, man.
Manu carved up my Pistons. Manu should have been the finals MVP. He should have.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back. Look at the numbers. Look what he
Yeah.
did in game 7.
That was the game right there.
That was the game. He took it over.
That game was exciting and boring at the same time. How can the game 7 in the NBA Finals be boring? Like, again, it was great basketball, very nostalgic, but I remember being in the moment like, gosh, this is like watching paint dry. Like, just slow, methodical. The defense was so good. Like, that's what it was. The defense was just ridiculous on both sides. You got Timmy on one side clogging everything up. You got Rasheed and Ben Wallace on the other side clogging everything up. Points were tough to come by. Kind of like what we saw last night with the women's basketball team. Which, going back to them in South Carolina,
South Carolina's a 5.5-point favorite.
Yeah, like that's – and you remember what I said about those 3 games. Is Vic Schaefer saving something because he knows down the line he's going to face these girls again, and now you could bring out the whole kitchen sink. Because I didn't see enough Breonna Preston for my liking against South Carolina. Like, when you have a player like Elijah Fluwali that you got to go against, who's arguably the fastest player in women's college basketball, you need dogs like Breonna Preston on the court and Jordan Lee. And again, Shea was amazing yesterday. That was Shea Holly's best game all year. The stats won't say it, but her defense on players like Madison Connor and just TCU as a whole, Shea Holly, that away, Garrett, That's what I'm talking about. My man Garrett's doing his job. Doing his job. Make life easier for her, Garrett. That's your role. That's your role. When the season's over, then y'all could go on vacation and have y'all's fun and stuff and enjoy the fruits of the labor of you being an NFL player. But right now, it's all about hoops. It ain't about you right now, Garrett, at all. Your job's to take care of the dog, make sure Shay has everything that she needs for her to be productive. She was last night. Shay Holly was incredible. But we saw what Breonna Preston and Jordan Lee brought to that Tennessee team that plays a similar style that South Carolina could play, which that's what makes South Carolina so versatile. They can play any style. It doesn't matter. So you have to have someone to be able to match up with Malijah Fluali. You have to have someone to be able to match up with Chloe Kitts. Chloe Kitts is good. She is good. You look at South Carolina, you're like, man, this is the only white girl on the team. We got to go at her. Be careful. Be careful. Because Chloe Kitts, she hit some shots in that SEC championship game that not many girls can knock down in the nation. You know, Sanaa Fagan, her and Chloe Kitts at the 4 and 5 position, they play a 2-man game sometimes. Pick and roll situation. That's tough for a big. That's tough for Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldegger. You know, Jacqueline Winatanda has to be good too, because that's her matchup with Chloe Kitts. Chloe Kitts has had her number in both of those wins. So the matchups are different. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm Vic Schaefer, Madison Booker, sometimes Madison Booker could commit some dumb fouls where you're like, okay, Maddie, you're too valuable to be fouling like that. You got to be smarter. But Madison Booker guarding Chloe Kitts, that's a good matchup if Maddie's smart. If Maddie's smart, not leaving her feet, not reaching, keeping Chloe Kitts in front of her, you could play Madison Booker at the 4 spot, have in Rory Harmon, rotate the rest of the guards in Breonna Preston, Jordan Lee, and Shay Holly, and playing in Tampa. You're not playing in South Carolina. Now, they will travel. It's not that far, but it's a lot further than what the SEC championship and them playing at home, a lot farther than that. But, yeah, man, I think Vic Schaefer, I think he's been saving some things when it comes to South Carolina because he knew this matchup, if Texas wanted to get where they wanted to go, they got to go through the Gamecocks. And here we are. Like, I can't wait till Friday. Again, South Carolina scares the hell out of me because it's Dawn Staley. She gets them girls right. But also the way that Texas is playing right now, they got all the confidence and momentum in the world. Like, Duke had South Carolina on the ropes. They had them right where they wanted. Maryland had South Carolina on the ropes. They kind of limped their way to the Final Four. It wasn't like we've seen in previous years where they're just blowing everybody out. Maryland was a fingernail biter, and so was Duke in the Elite Eight game. So this South Carolina team, as we've seen with Texas beating them when the Lady Gamecocks came to Austin, it's very possible, but everybody has to be clicking on all cylinders like they did last night. If they do that, then Texas will be in the championship game facing either UCLA or UConn.
Man, I'm looking at all the little factors and like points in the paint, second chance points, bench points. And it's interesting. Texas, the one consistent thing that Texas, I take that back. They lost the paint battle in game 3.
Yeah.
45-18.
Yeah, Joyce Edwards was really good. They're All-American freshman who comes off the bench. That's not South Carolina's bench is so good, man.
Well, they bring in Fluali off the bench.
Yeah.
They bring in McDonald's All-Americans off the bench.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's why they could play any style. And Don does a really good job of realizing who has the hot hand tonight. And, man, Mark Campbell's game plan defensively, it was perfect going against Texas. Every time Madison Booker got the ball, Haley Van Lith would say, Rory Harmon, I could care less of what you're doing. I'm going to completely leave you, completely turn my back to you, and double Madison Booker and Kyla Oldegger and Taylor Jones. Every time the ball went to one of those three, Haley Van Lith was rushing over there to double team every single time. And we told you after the South Carolina game, that's how teams are going to play Texas. That's how you beat Texas. You're not going to let Oldegger Jones or Madison Booker beat you. Everybody else has to. And everybody's been stepping up. Rory's jump shot game has been a lot better. Jordan Lee's been knocking down the threes.
He was aggressive from the beginning last night.
That's how it has to be.
Yeah.
Now, Raven Johnson's a way better defender than Haley Van Lith. Like Raven Johnson, I don't think she gets talked about enough for South Carolina. She's a dog. She's a dog. And she has a lot of experience. And she low-key can control a game with her defense and her passing. Like, I don't know how many layups that Joyce Edwards got just running the floor and Raven Johnson, because they do such a good job of breaking that man-to-man press that Vic Schaefer throws at you for those full court length layups, passes and layups, like that easy. Like Raven Johnson is a heck of a player, and Don Staley trusts her a lot. So Rory has
got confused with Tessa Johnson,
who's really good too.
Who's really good.
Can't leave open ever.
Can't leave open. Yeah. This will be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited.
This will be fun. All right, let's get to the chip shot. Before we do that, a little love for Cover 3. Cover 3, that was the host of the golf tournament yesterday, raising money for Partnerships for Children. Katie Young, Doug Young, Matt Dodson, Kathy Dodson, the owners of Cover 3, have been unbelievable in their support of Partnerships for Children, and just good people looking out for those who are at risk the most. So kudos. Just know when you go to eat at Cover 3 on Anderson Lane or up in Round Rock, or at Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek, and now they have a new restaurant open called Whiskey Ridge, which is down in Buda and is beautiful. Just know when you go to eat at any of those places, you're partnering with really good people. And look, the food, I love the food. The food's going to bring you back every time. Brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Chop House burger, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, those Parmesan fries, any of the sliders, the beef tenderloin sliders. I love the buffalo chicken sliders. But they got the $7 social hour menu with the firecracker shrimp that Scotty Scheffler put on his Masters Champions dinner menu. You can get that for $7 at Cover 3. So enjoy. Don't forget about brunch on the weekends, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. And those frozen margaritas at Cover 3 will get you right. Don't order more than 2. I'm just saying. Maybe 1.5. All right. Let's get to the chip shot. And look, I'm going to touch on a couple things. We haven't talked Texas baseball because we got some tough news. Max Ballou, who on a diving catch at Missouri suffered a finger injury, and it's
in his glove hand, or was it his other hand?
No, it was on his other hand.
Yeah.
Trying to brace his fall while he was making the catch. And he's going to be out a while. There's a chance he'd be back for the postseason, but this is a tough loss. Max Ballou, just he's a dog, man. He's just a dog. He comes to the park every day ready to beat your ass. He's great in the field. He's great in the locker room, in the dugout, whatever. He's great at the plate. He just seems to make plays whenever they need him. He was the Big 12 Player of the Year last year. And now they're going to have to, push on because, like I said, there's a chance he'd be back for the postseason. And it's a wait and see type of situation. Now, you've got Adrian Rodriguez. He's got an upper body injury. And then you've got Rylan Galvan, who's also got a wrist injury. And they're going to be okay. I'm told they could be back tonight. But certainly for the weekend series at home against Georgia. So Texas baseball, which is, had this really great start to the Jim Schlossnagle era. And every time you talk to these guys, they talk about the camaraderie, the chemistry, the togetherness of this team. Well, that's going to get tested starting right now because, look, Texas baseball's 23-3. I didn't check the rankings yesterday. What are they now? Because they are number 5. Texas baseball is number 5. And they got dudes. They got dudes who can play in the outfield. We know you got Easton Winfield, you got Tommy Farmer. Will Gasparino is one of the best center fielders in college baseball. But they got talent on that roster. Now it's time for someone else to step up. At the plate is, that's why Troy Tulowitzki is a magician. So let's see how they adjust starting tonight against Texas State at the Dish. Because Texas State
Bobcats, man, feisty.
6:30 tonight. So it's gonna be a challenge, but Jim Schlossnagle's always telling these guys, hey, it's gonna be rough. We are in a battle every week in the SEC. And life in the SEC is how you get up and show up to the park the next day. Okay. Well, that's the same philosophy. You're going to have to get up off the deck, and how do you respond? Because this is a team that has a chance. The pitching is solid. You got solid pitching. You got Jared Spencer, Luke Harrison. Now you got Ruger Riojas.
That's what I'm talking about.
What Schlossnagle said after the Missouri series was very telling. And if he said, if we keep getting the pitching performances we're getting from our bullpen, like from Max Grubbs, from, Thomas Burns and Dylan Volantis and
Jason Flores.
Yeah, Jason Flores. Andre Duplantier struggled. He was only in for a third of an inning against Missouri. Walked 2 batters, walked 2 of the 3 batters he faced, and then came out. But he's been good. If those guys are good, then they can start Ruger on Sundays, and look what Ruger has been doing as a starter. He went 7 innings.
Yeah.
Against Missouri and 2 hits, no runs. Like, you kidding me? You got that kind of pitching, and you got the praying mantis, Dylan Volantis, coming out of the bullpen. This team has a chance. So let's see how they bounce back, pull together tonight against Texas State. 6:30 is the anticipated first pitch, say your thoughts or the right call.
Yeah. Gonna miss Max Ballou. So let me ask you this before we get to the right call, though. So who's gonna take over that right field spot? Easton Winfield. Obviously, Schloss is gonna probably try some things.
Yeah, he'll probably try some things. He could, put Jaden Duplantier out there. He could put Easton Winfield, Tommy Farmer. So he's got some options. I'll be curious to see, obviously what he does tonight is probably going to be his first inclination of what you'll see on the weekends. So we'll see what that lineup card looks like tonight.
Okay.
And he substitutes. We've talked about this. When he starts Easton Winfield, he'll sub Tommy Farmer at about the 6th inning. So maybe he starts one guy, subs him. Maybe he takes a look at a few different guys tonight. So Schlossnagel's got he's got good feel.
That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Why? He's only making $1 million this year.
Only.
Well, so his contract calls for him to make $1 million a year for his first 2 years, and then he makes $2.8 million. And I'm like, what's going on there? And I was told that's good athletic directoring. That you want to backload it so that there's skin in the game for Schloss to stick around and do his thing.
Okay.
So
good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right, good ship shot, my friend. Before the right call, though, got to give a shout out to our amazing sponsors like Lith Landscape Supply. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Lith Landscape Supply is your one-stop shop for everything you need, whether it's your patio or inside the living room, dining room, hell, even the kitchen. They have things to decorate and make your house look a lot better, make it a lot less bland. You don't have to, make your wife create everything for you, or you could be the one that takes initiative and goes about it yourself on making the house look great with different plants and stuff. Doesn't matter. Leaf Landscape Supply, they're your place to go. So full service, wholesale, retail, plant, nursery, and landscape supplier in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations, 290 Monterey Oaks if you are down south. If you are up north, go visit them off of Pond Springs Road. Leaf Landscape Supply. Mention your boys at TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. I was on 35 the other day, and there was traffic per usual, but you saw somebody on the side with their car. It's, it's not working. They're looking under the engine, and you're just like, damn, man. That could have been avoided if you went to Covert Bee Cave and maybe got a little something different. I get it. Not everybody has the resources to do that, but Covert Bee Cave will work with you to find you a vehicle at your price that you feel comfortable with for the next 10 plus years or so. They provide customers with a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac are the 7 brands that they have to offer. So go visit their website at covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So somebody's giving you crap on the Coda text line. It's, quote, Chip, only $1 million, unquote. I mean,
Only a million.
only a million. Yeah. Hey, look at it how you may. But okay, so I want to give him thoughts a little bit because my man Adam Wagner, Maryland native, he told me that he'd like to hear my thoughts on the Buzz Williams situation and why Buzz Williams left A&M, being a Texas native after 6 years, to go to Maryland after Kevin Willard left to take the Villanova job. Again, I think everything just leads back to Trev Alberts. I really do. I don't know how their relationship is with Buzz Williams and Trev Alberts. We heard the things about Jim Schlossnagle in that situation, but A&M just one of those places, man, where it could get dull. And I feel like a lot of people have been off on Buzz as of late. When you have a team like you did this year who loses to Texas twice, when Texas is pretty mid this season, as the kids say. Like, they don't even get to the round of 64. So you lose to your rival twice, and then you don't even make it to the Sweet 16. That's tough. That's tough. It seems like that's happened year after year for Buzz Williams and Texas A&M, especially when you have an all-time leading scorer in the program history like Wade Taylor IV. So you have arguably the best player that's ever came through College Station, and you can't make it to the Sweet 16. So
He retired his jersey.
retired his jersey. If my jersey's retired,
Senior night.
if your jersey's retired, you got to take a team to at least that Elite Eight, at least, or you got to win every award that you possibly can, like Kevin Durant did here at Texas. Kevin Durant, that legendary picture where he's like around 12 freaking trophies, like that means something. Wade Taylor was never that. So I just, this A&M team should have been a lot better. I thought Michigan was good this year, which is the team that they lost to, but you got to win that game. If you're Buzz Williams at this point,
You had the lead.
You had the lead. You got to win that game. So I understand him wanting something different. Maryland was good this year, even though they ran into a buzzsaw against Florida. They're a good team this year. They got a 5-star player. I don't know when was the last 5-star player that wanted to go to College Station. DeAndre Jordan, maybe. Like, that's a long time ago. That's the Billy Clyde days. So you could get them in Maryland. That Baltimore area, DMV area, where KD and Carmelo and Rudy Gay's from, they're known for basketball up there. Gary Williams won a championship in Maryland back in 2002. Like, you could win there. So I understand that also. Some Maryland fans don't think Buzz Williams is the best hire. He's had some good seasons and some good teams. Those Marquette teams, they were solid. It's just, it's hard to win. We're seeing it with Rick Barnes. Like, it is hard to get to the Final Four. Again, A&M is A&M. You could throw Trev Albert situation in there. But Buzz Williams felt like he needed a change, and he got that going for the Turtles.
So Buzz Williams went to the Sweet 16. He's been in the Sweet 16 4 times. He's been to the Elite Eight once with Marquette.
Did he ever get to the Sweet 16 with A&M?
No.
Yeah.
No. He was the NIT runner-up in 2022.
It's awful.
He lost in the round of 64 and 23, lost in the round of 32 and 24 and 25. So last time he went to the Sweet 16 was with Virginia Tech in 2019.
Yeah. And this was his best A&M team that he's ever had. Like, this team, they couldn't shoot worth a damn, but they were tough. Like, you got to push the needle with this squad. Like, you got too much talent not to be making it to the Sweet 16. So Aggie fans, they felt that. Plus, Aggie fans are they're tight right now. Very tense. The Michael Early situation ain't working out. You lose to Texas in football, 8-4. Jim Schlossnagle out here thriving.
Number 5 in the country.
Number 5 in the country. Like, Aggies ain't doing well right now. So Buzz, a lot was on Buzz this year. A lot of pressure that I bet you he didn't think was even going to be there. And then they give them a little bit of hope. Like, A&M, you can argue A&M is the reason why Texas made it in the first place to play in the first 4 with that overtime win.
Right.
That's how they got in, because
SEC tournament.
Yeah, because the committee was like, man, A&M, they're a good team that can maybe get to San Antonio. That clearly didn't work out, but that's how Texas got to the first 4. So, yeah, Buzz, I think he made the right decision on going to Maryland. I really do. Like, I don't hold it against him at all. Like, it's a little colder to be wearing those, Paul Bearer suits, them 3-piece suits that he likes to wear. He ain't going to sweat as much. Right? Heat. So it's, now the Chris Beard to A&M thing is interesting. I don't know about all that.
That sounds like it would be a bad move.
I think that'd be a little shaky there for old Chris Beard. You know what I'm saying? A&M would have to throw him the super bag for that, because Chris Beard, his culture is being developed there in Oxford. Like, that team that he had this past year, which get them to the Sweet 16, that was a really good team. But I don't know. I don't know how Chris Beard will feel about that. I mean, I don't think Ole Miss basketball and Texas A&M football are that far off, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
if off at all. Like, I really don't. You can't really tell me a difference. Like, nobody's really messing with A&M basketball like that. Same way about Ole Miss basketball. Like, nobody's, yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's cool, I guess. But if I'm Chris Beard, I'm waiting it out a little bit longer until a bigger job comes up. And then you could possibly jump at that. But that'd be weird.
He's a Texan, and he started off at San Angelo, and he's been all over West Texas. I don't know how important that is to him. He had his dream job, and he, does he want to climb right into the Lone Star Showdown rivalry with Texas, where he totally blew it?
Yeah.
Or, he stayed out of this cycle because he felt like you owed Ole Miss loyalty. They gave him a chance, and he's, trying to elevate that program, show some loyalty. So
that's sweet.
If I'm Beard, I sit tight, keep building at Ole Miss, and I don't know who wants to go to A&M because the word is out. See, A&M, they got to get their story straight, because they've been saying, oh, no, we're not hamstrung by the Jimbo Fisher $76 million buyout, which is an Aggie joke in itself. You paid a coach $76 million to go away. It is the worst buyout situation in the history of college athletics. And you're sitting there saying, oh, no, that's not bothering us. But yet you cut staffers, you cut Schlossnagle's top liaison, and you did it to basketball too. What kind of message does that send? Like, here's Texas surrounding Sarkisian with whoever he wants, Chicago Bears quarterbacks coach, former West Virginia. Of course, they're only paying Neil Brown $100,000, or 45 grand. Sorry, 45,000. Because West Virginia is paying all that cake. But A&M's got to figure out. Okay, you got all this money. We know you got rich dudes. We know you got billionaires. So why are you cutting staffers from coaches? Sends the wrong message.
Well said.
Let's bring in the open gym.
Bring them in.
Let's bring in the open gym.
How
What's up, open gym?
You couldn't have said it better myself, Chip.
What's that?
All that A&M stuff. I mean, they're just shambles right now.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it feels like most of Longhorn Twitter and everybody else is really just warming our hands over the fire that is A&M right now.
Yeah,
that's all I see. It's people just being like, man, things are not looking good. It's almost now it feels more like when your little brother is like getting out of rehab. You're like, guys, I know he's a mess up, but let's not don't make fun of him right now, guys. Yeah. Things are going pretty rough for him.
And they should have went after Vic Schaefer when they had a chance too. They messed that up.
Yeah,
because he was a part of that program once upon a time.
Hey, but they got A&M softball, baby.
There we go.
A&M softball, top 5.
There you go. Back on track. Turn it around.
There you go. Go Aggies. Head out to the old softball park. Have yourselves a cold one.
I love it. All right, man. We appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your Tuesday. See you tomorrow. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. On the show today, more transfer portal talk. I keep seeing more names popping in that Texas is interested in, so we'll keep trying to break them down for you and get you ready for when Texas eventually does have one of these commit. Hopefully you'll heard about it already and you'll be aware, so you can be the smart one amongst all your friends and give them a little breakdown for it. We'll also talk a little Texas women's basketball, some NFL news as well. Jerry Jones is just Jerry Jonesing it up right now at the NFL owners meeting. We'll get into all that, but man, it's another fun Tuesday right here, and the Aggies are having a day of it, aren't they?
Man, it is a wild day to be like. Texas usually has the more meaty news cycle in terms of like stuff that's worth writing about, in my opinion. But man, today in Aggie land is just it's a special one, and I'm excited for it. Let's keep churning the Chris Beard news stuff. Let's keep churning it all out. I'm very much here for it.
Yeah, I mean, the Chris Beard one is only interesting because we're like, what is the spite train of Chris Beard? How mad is Chris Beard that Texas did not work with him more to try and figure out how to cover up something that he did and messed up? And how mad is he that he felt I should be able to get away with this? That's the only thing. Then that's like the big question is how angry is Chris Beard at Texas still if he takes that job? Because I don't think Ole Miss to A&M is an upgrade. I mean, I guess you're back in Texas, but they're not in a better part of Texas than you are in Mississippi.
Well, so I actually put out a hot board like 3 minutes ago on my Aggie site, and Chris Beard is at the top.
Yeah.
Mainly because like in my head, I'm like, I think he just wants to screw over Texas as much as he possibly can because he probably feels slighted. I didn't put that in the article, obviously. I mean, there are some other parts of it that make sense. Like he's been successful in the state of Texas, like you said, at Texas Tech and at Texas. Like he has a track record there. He knows how to recruit the state, those kinds of things. But in terms of it, like A&M has a better basketball history than Ole Miss. But it's not like a super wide one, and it's sort of a lateral move. And Oxford is a lot more of enjoyable place to be, in my opinion, than Aggie land. So it's kind of a toss up. I think that it just depends on how spiteful he really is, and I could see it. I would love to see it. It would be so much fun, wouldn't it? Chris Beard come into the Moody Center, on a Friday night.
But he can do that at Ole Miss.
But
he still gets to play Texas at Ole Miss.
But with
I don't
A&M
have to be the Aggie. That's only fun if you're not the Aggie. It's not funny. It's like playing Cowboys and Indians. No one ever wanted to be the Indians. They know who lost. They know who lost. I mean, it's not right. But that was the deal. Who wants to be
pushing the
cops
narrative,
robbers?
though.
No one wanted to be the cops. Everybody wanted to be the robbers. It was much more fun. Oh, man. We did just get the breaking news. Thank you, Travis, for pointing that one out. But Texas has their first commit. Deion Swain coming to Texas has officially announced that he is going to be a Texas Longhorn. So not the biggest surprise in the world. I know he had some other meetings set up. So I guess that may have been a smokescreen to get that NIL right where it needed to be in that last pitch. But I guess they did not let him leave Austin. And I will tell you, to start the show, that is a great sign. A great sign. The first thing I'll say, a really great sign for Shawn Miller, is they didn't let the prospect leave Austin.
Yeah.
Or at least not let him leave far. They didn't let him go to Kentucky. They didn't let him go to Arkansas. They said, this is where you want to be. Let's send you in now. So very good sign that Texas did not let a guy that should have been going there, that should want to go to see Shawn Miller. All these pieces are there. Don't let John Calipari get a shot at him. Don't let a really good team in Kentucky that's got a lot of resources get a shot at him and take him in and show him around and tell you all the reasons why Texas is not ready to be an elite team in the SEC, and you shouldn't want to go there. We want to take you to the next level. So that's a really good sign. He's one of the guys you really wanted. He can play minutes in the SEC, I believe. We've talked about a lot of different guys. Some of these guys are pretty small. This is somebody that can be a starter for you and really starts to build up what could be, again, kind of that Tremont Mark Kendall Weaver that we never saw last year, because Tremont Mark's injuries and Kendall Weaver's injuries kind of just didn't play next to each other. But what that could have been defensively, I think you'll now see that with Swain and Weaver, that you're going to get a really good perimeter defense out there. And depending who comes in, whether it's Conwell or whoever else you get in the portal now, that's a real good beginning to some perimeter defense to bring in Swain.
Yeah. Have a day, Shawn Miller. You finally earned it.
There you go.
Now we can start putting some stuff on social media.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's start that. So, yeah, I mean, obviously we've talked a lot about Swain here in the last couple of weeks. 11 points, 5.5 rebounds, 2.6 assists, good perimeter defender, big body, athletic. He has experience in the NCAA tournament, so great stuff. It's a great start to what Shawn Miller's trying to build here. And maybe not too long from now, we'll see some other names start dropping. Maybe this is the first domino that we're going to see. So, great job by Shawn Miller. Never, like you said, it's just like in football too. You never want to see him leave Austin. When that number one recruit comes in, you want him leaving Austin as a commit. So when that transfer portal target comes in, don't let anybody else throw any money at him. Just get him to sign on the dotted line and let's do it.
Yeah, no, that's big. Because it is, once you get out and you can get into negative recruiting, and once you get out and they start to show you everything that's a possibility there, your calls and text messages are now a little bit less than they could be when you got them in the room and you're really giving them that hard sell. So I'm happy with that, because you also needed to get a couple names in there. And even if it is just Xavier names, which I'm not, I will say I'm not also, the guy who's going to walk out and say, oh, we combined two bubble teams. Let's go win it all. Two bubble teams without the best players that were on the bubble teams. And Fremantle's gone, and Tremont Mark's gone, and Trey Johnson's gone, and Arthur Kaluma's gone. And he's like, okay, maybe we can't say that it's combining two bubble teams and they're even as good as one bubble team. But it's a beginning that at least lets other transfers come in, because we'll talk about some more names now. There's a lot of 7-footers out there. There's a lot of guys you could pair with these guys, and they may not want to go somewhere if it is a 2 to 3 year rebuilding and they're a junior. They may say, I want to go somewhere and try and compete right now. And that's a different kind of pitch. But if you bring in Swain, we'll see about Conwell as well. Looks like Kendall Weaver's staying. We haven't got official confirmation, but we've seen positive movement towards that. I think Nick Cody's the only one that's been official that he's going to stay. But I think Kendall's pretty close. We're pretty close on that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare, you said it a minute ago, if you compare Kendall Weaver and Deion Swain out there on the perimeter, that's pretty tough wall to get past, if you ask me. I mean, that's a legit, 2-3 guard, or 2-3 wing combo that can really give you some trouble on the perimeter.
Yeah, and that's what we expected to see with Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver this year. And it was Tremont Mark was really hurt for a lot of the beginning of the season, and then Kendall Weaver gets injured, and he becomes not able to play for most of the season. So we just never really got to see that shutdown, which was a big part. Again, we talk about not having a big man. You had to have that big inside to shore up when you're playing a Jordan Pope and Julian Larry and guys that maybe get past them a little bit more. And you just saw too many guys get to the rim, and Texas had no answer to it. You hope to bring in somebody to stop that as well, fix a lot of these problems. But a good first step there that we just saw, breaking news, that Swain will be coming to Texas. Really happy to see that. Shout out to everybody in the chat and the text line as well. Always welcome. We always love you guys joining in on the show. And going back to the Chris Beer, Rex St. Charles says Beer would look real bad if he jumped the Aggies after Ole Miss gave him a chance. I agree. Like staying in conference to go to another team that's not really an upgrade, to say, well, I want to go back to Texas, but I'm still in the same conference. I think he can wait one more year, and especially if he has any sort of success like he did this year, then someone's going to come calling. Someone, the bigger job may open up, and he may be able to go get something he really wants to go get.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. But hey, shout out to Shawn Miller. I want to say first of all for making that happen right before the show.
Yeah,
thank you, sir. I really
do it before 4 p.m., not 6 p.m. Shawn, solid move.
Yeah, we love that. I don't know, Travis. I don't know what Chris Beard's buyout is. I haven't looked into that, but I've seen his name floated around by a couple people now that aren't just internet message board warriors or Twitter users. Like Pete Nikos put his name out there. I believe some other Texas beat writers have mentioned it as well. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility. I still don't see it happening. I don't know. I don't know.
So let's put it this way: he is his buyout for another team is $3.5 million in his second season. So it'll be $3.5 for the Aggies to buy him out and go get him. $19 million is if Ole Miss fired him.
Right. Okay.
So there's two buyouts where you get. So the $19 million buyout is true, but it's 75% of his contract. But he's getting another job. So he has to get the smaller buyout, which is 4.5 his first year, 3.5 his second. So it'll be $3.5 million for A&M to buy him out, which is a much more doable number than close to $20 million. So yes, that technically you're right, but Ole Miss is not firing Chris Beard. So
no,
they definitely not. They're pretty happy with the deal so far. So yeah, but I think he'll wait out for another job. I saw Shaka Smart's name was on one of the lists too, which is funny.
Oh boy. Hey, let's just have every Texas coach from the past be a candidate at A&M, and that'll be the most fiery hot board of all time.
Oh, come on. Someone call Rick Barnes.
Can you imagine?
Oh, now, have we seen Rodney Terry's name on the list?
No, but let's not count anything out, right? Anything to drive the clicks.
Somebody's going to end up over there from Texas. They'll stick it to us and be like, "We got one." We'll be like, "Okay, good on you."
Yeah, good for you. You got a coach that we were okay to let go of. Congratulations.
I don't think Rodney would be going there, but I mean, look, if Rodney Terry gets offered the A&M job, he should definitely take it. But
1,000%. Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen. Let's get into some of these names that I've seen, newer names on there. We've already gone through a bunch of names. I need to put together my complete list because I have them in different files because I have the 2 from this week, but I've got some from last week too of all our names that are on here. Start crossing off some that are getting picked up by other names as they start going. They're going to hire Mac Brown here, the dog says. I don't think. I mean, they bring him on in. Bring him on in as your basketball coach. He's a great motivator. Get guys pumped up for it. Let's look. Where do you want to start, Matt? Do you want to start with the guards or do you want to start with the big men?
Let's start with the big men. That seems like the more pressing need. So let's just come off the top rope and hit some big men.
All right. So we'll start off with the smallest big man they're looking at, who's a forward, kind of a swing, but I'll go with him. Tay Davis is a Notre Dame 6'9" junior forward. He averaged 15.1 points per game, 5.3 rebounds per game for Notre Dame. So played in a bigger conference. He wants to get to the bucket. This is a guy who, whether he's trying to post up and get to the bucket or whether he's driving from the outside to get to the bucket or it's in transition, he wants to get to the bucket, or if he's getting a rebound and going back up, he wants to get to the bucket. He has an okay shot, but it's not anything that's, you worry a little bit about it because he's a guy you're probably going to let shoot a lot in the SEC. You're going to let him get some shot ups. If he gets hot, you may want to just go out there and guard him, but you're going to let him shoot a little bit more. Super athletic. is a big body too for 6'9". He's like 6'9", 240, something like that. So he can, move pretty well for a big body guy. But he needs to improve. Like, he's a guy that improved some last year. He put up 15 points a game at Notre Dame, which is nice, but he just still needs more and more improvement. I think once you get Swain in, he may be a little bit less because you push him to that 4, and I don't know if he's got the post-up moves yet to go to that 4 position. So he planted a swing 3-4. So, he's maybe not exactly what they need right now, but it's an interesting name coming out of Notre Dame, and with the size and athleticism, always somebody to look at.
Yeah, and that could be an interesting, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of just a situational sort of lineup. If he and Swain are on there together, maybe they play them in tandem in certain situations and in certain lineups, or maybe, one comes off the bench, one is a starter, and they play kind of an equal amount of 25 minutes. Maybe that could be a way to do it. But they're different players, obviously.
Yeah.
What we do know is that Texas needs absolutely more big bodies this season, no matter what. So that's the thing that you look at first and foremost right there. 6'9" at a power forward position is a good thing especially when your center last year was 6'9". So if you can get that, pair him with maybe another big man and hopefully a 7-footer that they haven't been able to get in the last couple of years, that could be a good thing. And you love the 15 points a game in a power school. That means he can score at a high level with against a good conference slate and against good competition. Those are all good things. Like you said, you'd like to see him develop that shot a little bit more potentially. Maybe develop some post moves to kind of have more of an in and out game for Texas than they did this past year. But it's certainly an interesting name to look at.
But that, by the way, James in the chat will just tell you what we just said. It's 19.875 is the buyout if Ole Miss fires him. It's 3.5 if someone else hires him. It's a much smaller buyout. So it's an achievable buyout. It'll go down, I think, another $1 million next year. So it'll be 2.5 to hire him away next year. But those are two separate buyouts. The buyout if he's getting another job, or the buyout if you're screwing him over and have to fire him. Those are the two ones. He's not getting fired. So that number is somewhat irrelevant.
Yeah. And also to add to that, Buzz Williams, they're getting $1 million for Buzz Williams buyout to go to Maryland. Yes. So that kind of cuts into that number as well.
Yeah. You get $1 million back for Buzz Williams, which, I mean, they're thrilled about that one.
Oh yeah. What's crazy about that is Maryland's actually made money. Cause Villanova's paying $2 million to Maryland to get that coach, and then Buzz is only $1 million for them. So
they had
good business transaction.
Yeah, exactly. It's a business transaction. You're buzzing off some of the top there. Let's go over to another guard here. Let's go over to Jakari White, 6'3" senior guard out of North Dakota State. Got 1 year of eligibility left. 17.1 points per game. He's a 40% 3-point shooter, and that's what you're bringing him in for. He's got a decent game everywhere else, but it's at North Dakota State. So who knows how much it'll translate. You can tell he's a step ahead of everybody at that level, but how much does that mean when you translate him up to a Power 4 school? But the shooting is there, and you can see the shooting. So he is somebody that you bring in probably for 15 minutes off the bench. If he gets hot, maybe more, or if he's cold, maybe less. But that's what you're bringing him in. He's only 6'3", so he's somewhat of a defensive liability. You're only going to, and he's not necessarily a point guard either. Again, he can pass the ball. He can do certain things. So depending on Shawn Miller running it, he's as good of a point guard as Conwell probably is, in the sense of a lot of these times you're going to dribble down and pass the ball off pretty much immediately and run and start trying to get into a set and run some different motions. So you maybe don't need the best point guard in the world, especially coming off the bench. But if he's a 3-point shooter and a guy who can spot up and just get you some buckets, especially if you're able to get one of these big guys who kicks it back out, get someone in the post or be able to drive in and kick the ball back out, guys like that are just really good to have. So depending on how many, I know there's like 20 or something schools that are in the running for him right now or have contacted him. A lot of schools reaching out because whenever you see a 40% 3-point shooter, I love to have some 40% 3-point shooters on my bench. And when we get down, just put in a bunch of guys and just go try and shoot us back in the game. We're down 14-15, 3 minutes left in the first half. But just go try and shoot us back in the game. What's going to happen the worst is they're going to try and slow it down a little bit. We'll just kill some shots real quick.
Yeah, and what did we talk about last week, or maybe it was the week before actually, where one of the big things we're talking about for this roster is you got to find some 3-point shooting. So anywhere you can find that to try to add to your roster is positive. The combo guard at the lower school, is kind of it can be wishy-washy. I mean, we saw with Max Asmus how he wasn't necessarily able to do that at the next level in I guess it was Big 12 play, but given that so many schools are in contact with this guy, it really gives you the thought that okay, they think that he can do this, right? So it's a good one for me. I will just always come back to that. I don't like the group of 5 talents all the time. It gives me a little
I
pause.
agree. No, I agree. The whole thing is I watch his catch and shoot. And that's
Mhm.
basically what I'm looking at. Is your catch and shoot. The rest of what he did, I can, I take with a massive grain of salt, because he's playing well above everybody else he's playing with, as he
Mhm.
should be. But when you say now you're playing exactly at the same level as everybody, it becomes a lot harder. But the catch and shoot stuff, that's just gym stuff. And so it's got a quick enough release. It's not super quick, but it's quick enough. And you can say, all right, if he knows how to run around, he's got stamina, he's playing a lot of minutes, he's used to scoring. If he's willing to take that role, I was watching a thing with Carmelo Anthony today talking about him on the Rockets and talking about the first game he comes down and, takes it right in the mid-range and shoots a 2, and everyone is just upset because this is, prime analytics Rockets, and they're like, no, you don't get to do that anymore. And so then they were like, and he went into practice and they had it split out of who gets to shoot different types of shots. And the only 2 people on that team who got to shoot mid-range were him and Chris Paul. And it was like 12 shots a game come from mid-range. And he was like, okay, so I get 6 and Chris Paul gets 6. And they go, no, Chris Paul gets like 10, you get 2. And we want you to shoot 3. He's like, why'd you bring me here? It's like, I know I can kind of do that, but it's like, you're making me a much worse player because you're taking away what I do. And I don't hit threes if I don't do this other part. So I can't get in a rhythm unless you let me get in a rhythm. So that's kind of what you have to ask with Jakari White. Do you feel okay being somebody that's going to shoot 5 shots a game and 4 of them are threes, and one of them is when they run you off the line and you get a layup or something, or, transition, but we want you to shoot threes. And if you do this well enough and play a little defense, you have a chance to make a team in the NBA, because 3-point shooters are always going to be valuable. But at 6'3", you better shoot 40-some% in the SEC, or else no one's going to look at you.
Yeah, speaking of Melo, imagine telling one of the best offensive players of all time you're not allowed to do what you're best at.
This is why I can't stand Daryl Morey, because that was the Daryl Morey was, let's just put these guys together and then we're going to treat it like a video game instead of these are human beings who do things. And I have no concept of how sports work of people. I just have concept of how it works in my brain as numbers. And I couldn't stand it. I was like, this is why this team's never going to work, because they never looked like a team. They never had their roles. They just were supposed to do certain things, as opposed to building a team where you're like, no, like Ryan Anderson fit perfectly. Okay, I need just a tall guy who shoots threes. Perfect. Then you go, I'll get Carmelo Anthony to fill out the roster. Okay, no, that's a big whiff. Big whiff on that one. We'll get Chris Paul. Like, okay, Chris Paul's good, but he's a mid-range guy again. If you don't want mid-range, you shouldn't get Chris Paul. You should get a 3-point shooting point guard. But that's just me ranting about Daryl Morey. And I'm just, one of those guys that I'm not sad to see failing in Philadelphia right now. I'll say that.
Trust the process, baby.
Trust the process. He wasn't the process guy. He came in after the process guy, but he still tried to trust the process. Let's go with another name here. Devin Hade. And this one, honestly, very difficult. By the way, I'm going guards again. I'm sorry, I forgot we're doing big guys, but we'll do these real quick because I like these other names better. Devin Hade, Central Connecticut, 6'5" junior guard, 14.2 points per game, and 5.6 rebounds per game. He's a decent player. There's not really much. A bunch of teams have reached out to him. Texas is one of them. I can tell you I've tried to look up more stuff, but I haven't been able to find Central Connecticut game film yet. And there's no highlight videos of him.
Imagine that.
So Shawn Miller knows it, and maybe this is a recommendation on somebody else. This kid's got it, but he's from Central Connecticut. And it would be, I think, pretty crazy culture shock to go from Central Connecticut to the SEC.
Yeah, it
And
seems like it would be.
it feels like that might be rough on somebody, but I don't know much about Devin Hade. I tried to look up some more. He scores all right, but he's not a great shooter. So I assume he's just head and shoulders like a more athletic, talented player than most of these guys that he's playing against. But I have no idea how that translates. And I can tell you, I couldn't find enough film today once I read his name to try and go scout him a little bit more, and I just couldn't find it in the time frame I had.
Yeah, so as sports broadcasters, we are usually pretty good at finding, things to talk about when it comes to lesser known guys. This is a case where I tried to look up this guy as well, and I didn't find anything, man. So I don't have much to say on this one.
No.
But I mean, if he can shoot, great. If he can score, great. Less than 15 points a game though at Central Connecticut. Is that heard 14.5? Is that right?
Yeah, 14.2. Yeah.
14.2. Okay, so like that deal. If you're going to be at Central Connecticut, maybe you should score 20 a game.
I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, maybe this is the diamond in the rough guy that no one knows about, and maybe he's a Kendall Weaver guy. Maybe he's one of those where you find him, and Kendall Weaver was not a guy that a lot of people were scouting super heavily out of UT Dallas or UT Arlington.
It's true.
So sometimes maybe it's a diamond in the rough that some coach knows somebody, and a scout saw him somewhere and was like, guys, watch out for him. If he was a freshman, I'd be all about bringing him in and putting him at the end of the bench and seeing what he does. As a junior, it becomes a little bit more. Now, I can't imagine he costs much, but a lot of teams are apparently looking at him. So who knows with that one? That one's keep your eyes open. If something's there, they must know something we don't. Let's put it that way. And I'll be seeing if something comes out about him or if we get a little bit more information about him. Now, let's get into the big guys. Let's go over. We'll start with Harlan Obioha. He is a 7-foot junior center out of UNC Wilmington. 9.2 points per game, 6 rebounds per game, 1.2 blocks per game. He's playing about 20 minutes a game. But here's the big thing. He's 7 foot 280.
Yeah.
He is a beast. He's a former left tackle. The tackle was getting recruited, but he kept growing. So they were like, I guess you're a basketball player now because you're 7 feet tall. So the 7-foot tackle thing, man, maybe if you're not a top-rated tackle anyway, go play basketball. Maybe you'll find a place for it. He's a big dude. And the film I watched on him, big dude. He's not overly athletic like at a 280, but he's pretty athletic for a 7-foot 280 guy where he moves pretty fluidly. He can get to the rim. He can dunk the ball. He's really good on the offensive boards, but he's going to play by the basket. Mm-hmm. That's what he's going to do. He's going to sit by the basket and play on both ends. And if you're pulling him out for 3-pointers, and if you're trying to go small on him, it may be a problem. If switches are going to be there, there's going to be a problem. But again, this falls deadly into, this is a great guy to have on your bench, depending on the cost and your roster construction, a great guy to have on your bench. Because he's some 7-foot 280 that can come in and bump around. And if someone's, you play against a Jonai Broom or somebody and you just kind of bump Jonai Broom for 10 minutes a game, somebody like that where you can just bump guys. I'm all for having big guys like that. He's a beast on the boards because, again, he's an offensive lineman. You ain't moving him. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the thing is when he turns around and boxes you out, he can box out 2 dudes. So there's positives to it. But again, this is another guy multiple teams are looking at because of just the size.
Yeah, and even outside of the size, actually, let's start with the size, right? So this is the biggest thing that we've talked about over the last couple of days in terms of finding a big man for Texas is the guy who can be a bruiser and be down by the basket and compete on the boards. And, I don't know how good he is as a rim protector necessarily, but if you have a 7-footer in there.
He's okay. He's got 1.2 blocks per game in about 20 minutes. So he's okay at it. He's there, but it's one of those things where he's not going to recover block anybody, but he will get some blocks in a game, but he's not necessarily going to, if you have a good enough team, you're going to pull him away from the basket a little bit. And I don't know if he's getting back in time, but for what he's playing at the level at UNC Wilmington, he's okay. It's pretty good.
Yeah. And one thing that you kind of worry about there is, in the SEC against teams who are more athletic, how's he going to do, switching on the other defenders if he does get brought out on defense or whatever. But and my guy Zach Dimmitt wrote about this on Texas Longhorns on SI earlier. Good article put out. Everybody should go read it. In the first round of the tournament this year against Tech, he had 7 points and 9 boards against Texas Tech. So that's a pretty solid performance against a really good Texas Tech team. Yeah. He started his career at Niagara before transferring to UNC Wilmington. Started 23 of 35 games, 63.9% shooting. He scored in double figures 17 times, had 5 double doubles, and against William and Mary, he had 23 points and 10 boards in February. So some good stuff there, some really good stuff there. You like to see.
Yeah.
Is he athletic enough to play in the SEC? Maybe. We might be able to find out here if they can land him. But one of the things I like about the offensive tackle thing too is, it's not just about the size and the strength either. It's about balance, and it's about footwork and how he can kind of move around down there and get around people for a rebound and position himself and those kinds of things. So that could be a very interesting little wrinkle that Shawn Miller could potentially utilize with him. And that's a very enticing name to me for sure.
Yeah, and I think in the SEC too, some matchups you're probably not going to use him as much. But, if you play at Tennessee and they want to go, let's go punch for punch with Rick Barnes, cool. I'm throwing in a heavyweight boxer. Here comes Butterbean, dude. What are you going to do? I'll throw in my knockout hitter right now. And so that's kind of where I really like the concept of having a guy like that. Again, it falls into, is he somebody that, because he's a little bit older to junior, does he want to come in and play 25, 30 minutes? Now, foul trouble is also a thing. Big guys like that get in foul trouble. You have to continue to work on that. That's going to be pretty much every big guy we name. If they're in the portal, foul trouble is going to be somewhat of an issue for them. But there's just so many positives to it that if the price is right and he's available and, you're not getting outbid by somebody by a ton of money, you'd love to have him on your bench to build him out. Because, again, probably not every day SEC player, but there's definitely matchups where anyone who wants to post up, okay, put him. We were playing a post-up player. Here is our brick wall that we can put in for 10 minutes a game, 15 minutes, and he is just not going to let him back up, and they're just going to run into him a couple times, and he'll be able to box him out and get those rebounds. You play against the Aggies, we're a really good offensive rebounding team. Put him down there, and he cleans up those boards and doesn't let those Aggies come running in. And like how the Aggies were especially coming in the second half when we played them in the SEC tournament, and they were just dive bombing in. It's different. Caden Shedrick does not have the body to be able to turn real quick and make a guy pay for doing that. This guy does. So the ability still to do it, but to be able to see a rusher coming and then turn your body and basically box out a guy who's flying in, who's 6'5" himself, 6'5", 210, 215, and have him run into the brick wall behind you, and maybe you even pick up a foul because you're able to, get it turned around fast enough. Those types of things are always fun to watch. So anytime you get a physical specimen that can run, jump, and has decent enough hands at 7 foot 280, you have to look at him.
Yeah, absolutely. And what if Texas had matched up against a team like Michigan this year in the NCAA tournament? Like, how beneficial would it have been to have that guy on the roster?
Yeah.
How beneficial is that against Tennessee in the SEC tournament? How beneficial is that against A&M, like you said, in the SEC tournament? All those teams where they just ended up getting crushed on the boards at certain points. Like, this is a guy that can turn that around pretty quickly if you're in that kind of a situation. So I really like that idea for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, too, if you're going to have people out there shooting threes, you want to have good offensive rebounders. And, yeah, he's a really good offensive rebounder. We'll throw another name out there for you. Now we'll get into the foreign guys that they're looking at right now. Let's go to the Modis Vokietidis, something to that effect. It's a long one.
Good effort there.
He's from FAU, 7 foot freshman center, originally from Lithuania. So he's played a little pro ball before in Lithuania, but coming in, averaging 10.2 points per game, 5.4 rebounds per game, 0.8 blocks per game, and about 18 minutes per game. He also has 2.7 fouls in that 18 minutes a game, which is a little bit troubling. He's just super raw. Everything you watch him, everything you read about him, he's insanely super, super raw, which is weird because he played pro ball in Lithuania, but it is, you expect him to be a little bit more polished than he has. Doesn't really have any offense either. He's a rim protector, but he just gets in foul trouble too much, beats around. but a 7-footer, he's one of those guys that, if you miss out on some other ones, he's probably a little bit more affordable because he just doesn't have all the ability. But potential's there. You can build on him. But right now, he is a defensive guy that is a put up of, just go stand in front of people at 7 feet tall, put your hands in the air, jump up with them sometimes. He's not getting a ton of blocks, but in 18 minutes, you're not probably going to average a block a game. But, a decent name to look at if you're starting to go down to what you need for backup centers.
Yeah. So, and he's a freshman, so a lot of time there to develop him for Shawn Miller, which is great. Another thing here also is playing in Eastern Europe professionally, no matter where you are, is going to prepare you for a lot of weird environments. Like, it gets intense over there. And that's something that could be beneficial to him in the long run. Like, okay, you're going into College Station in January or February for a big game in the SEC. Maybe he's not going to be as afraid of that environment as a kid who's coming in from high school and playing the same position, right? So that's something you could look at there. For me, it sounds like this is, I think, kind of like you said, like a guy you could bring in as maybe your second center who plays 10 to 15 minutes a game. Let's say they bring in the guy from UNC Wilmington and they get this guy, for example. I mean, I'm just kind of, this is just kind of a projection or speculation or whatever. But let's say you bring both of those guys in. If the UNC Wilmington guy gets in a little bit of foul trouble early on, or, in the first half at any point, you can put this guy in. He can protect the rim. You don't lose a ton there in terms of a big body down low. But he's not a guy that's going to come in and necessarily change your program immediately. It's a long-term thing. And they need to get, as much as they need to get these guys who are going to have an instant impact, they also need to get these guys who are going to be in the program for an extra year or two and give you a 7-footer in 2027 or 2028. So interesting name there. I like that they're recruiting for it. I do like that. That's where the game has gone in the NBA. It's going to start happening more and more in college. It already has. So, let's get ahead of it.
Yeah, and there is the concept too, or the thought that Texas does have Jamie Vincent on the roster, who's 6'11", 225 from Austin. He was redshirted last year, didn't really play. So you have a chance to bring him back. He could be another one of your big guys that maybe you progress a year ahead where you already have him on the roster. If he wants to be here, you don't have to bring in that second guy. But just another name there for people that if you want to add that second name, and that's another one that's already on the roster. Have not heard yet that he is staying. Have not heard yet that he is leaving, but an Austin guy, so may stay there. One more name I got for you here on mine, unless you have any you want to go into, Matt. Henry Visar. It's 2 E's and 2 A's, so I'm not sure I'm going to pronouncing that one right either. He is from Estonia originally, but played for Arizona last year. A 7-foot sophomore forward, averaged 9.4 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, 1.1 blocks per game in about 20 minutes. So a really good rim protector. He has a decent shot, not overly athletic, needs some more strength and conditioning, still gets bumped around a little bit inside, but this is probably your most ready-to-go center that in today's list. That's probably your most ready-to-go center. He is, now he still wants to play forward, but he is, he's got a jump shot, but he's not a surefire three-point shooter either, so you're not going to put him at that power forward and slide him out a little bit more. You're probably going to put him inside. I know you'd love to be able to have a bigger body to bump with some guys, but this is one, he's only a sophomore, so you say, we can play him next year, and he'll get another, a lot more experience, and this is where you have that 2, 3, 4-man rotation of bigs, where you really start to push a couple more guys. That is, Travis brings up John Clark. Nick Cody's still there in that rotation. John Clark, you see where he's able to step in and where he's at his freshman season, how close he is to playing. He's going to be a power forward, by the way, Travis. And we don't know if John Clark's staying or not. I don't think he's asked out yet. I haven't seen if he's asked out or not.
To my knowledge.
But John Clark is another guy that, you put in that rotation of bigs, and that's, that power forward, small center. If you don't get a star player there who's going to be playing 35 minutes a game, you're really going to be rotating a lot of guys until you can find out who's there. But this guy, Henry Visir out of Arizona, would be one of the guys who play at least 20, 25 minutes a game for you. You expect him to get bigger and better. You expect to put him in strength and conditioning, get him up a little bit more. But again, a rim protector, his shot's not broken. So, he's somebody that you can kind of keep trying to push back a little bit more and more. You're not going to have him at the 3-point line, but if you can clear a little bit more room, because that's another part you always have to worry about. If you have a big 7-footer that just sits under the basket, that makes their rim protector a million times more effective, because now anybody driving in, he's right by the basket. He doesn't have to leave. So you want to be able to push him out a little bit more. And that's what you can get with maybe a Henry Vasir. But that's probably your best one of the ones that I've seen newer on the list today out of Arizona. That is the more intriguing name.
Yeah, absolutely. The Arizona thing, I love. Pac-12 Big 12 now. Man, I'm going to have a hard time with it. Or Big.
Oh, no, they're Big 12. You're right. They're Big 12.
Yeah,
Big 12. Big 12. You're right.
I was going crazy over here. But yeah, so Big 12 basketball isn't SEC basketball, but it's still a power conference. You still face a lot of good competition there. Good rim protector is what they need. So yeah, I'm all about that one. It's the shot is a little concerning, like you said, but at the end of the day, rim protection is what they need more than anything else. So I'm all about it.
Yeah, and I'll go back to your point, Travis, too. This is really, unless you're a 5-star prospect, most of the time in SEC play or anywhere else, you're probably not going to get a ton of minutes your freshman year, just because it is such a change of the bottom at the sizes you're playing. Like if you're 6'8", 6'9", and you're dominating because you're playing a bunch of guys who are 6'6", and then you walk in and you start playing with grown men and guys that are 7 foot tall and 6'10" and have been in college strength and training for 2 or 3 or 4 years, it just becomes harder and harder to be really, really effective. Plus, the speed of the game, plus getting used to classes and practice and everything. There's just a lot that goes into that freshman year in college basketball that very few freshmen play on really, really successful teams that are not the top recruits in their class. So Trey Johnson is a 5-star guy, clearly going to go, one and done. He's ready to go. I don't think John Clark's quite in that class. I think he's a little bit closer where Nick Cody was, maybe a little bit better than Nick Cody's prospects, but he can play minutes. If he can come in and play, that's great, but you're not trying to have him be your star power forward freshman season. You like to let him build up a little bit more, and then maybe sophomore year, you can get him in that rotation a lot more, and by junior year, he's ready to dominate. I think that's where you want to be with it. But hopefully you get him minutes. Hopefully he's part of that rotation of bigs, and then you just want to find one guy that you feel really confident with in there out of the center power forward position.
Yeah, I'll put it like this. When I was in high school at Highland Park, our center was 6'4". We were playing against a bunch of Dallas area schools. Austin's not as talent rich in the basketball in the basketball talent as a city like Dallas or a city like Houston. It's still good, but it's not the same level. So it's probably going to take him a little while to adjust to the competition. They signed him for a reason. They think he can be a good player, but it's going to take him a bit before he can be a real reliable part of the rotation.
Let's by the way, just a couple names I wanted to throw at you. I wrote them down. And if you have any names, Matt, let me know. But a couple names I threw down just as the buzz news came out that he's leaving. Technically, the transfer portal is now open for Texas A&M. It's open for everybody, but A&M could lose some players over this. There's only really 2 names that really did anything for them that you would look at that are eligible, that still have eligibility left. That's Pharrell Payne and Solomon Washington. Pharrell Payne's a 6'9" forward. Solomon Washington's a 6'7" forward. They're both, good players. Pharrell Payne's probably a better player, but, I don't know if either one of them is really going to be on Texas super radar. They may be a phone call, but I don't know how much either one of them would go. But if you were just looking at picking apart the bones of the Aggies once again, those were the names that you looked at. They were just a really old team this year, so you didn't necessarily have as many guys to go try and poach from A&M right now.
Yeah, I think that their first look might be over there in Maryland, if I'm being honest. Buzz Williams, even though he's leaving, that team absolutely loved him.
Yes.
He was everything for them. So I would be shocked if at least one of those guys didn't follow him to Maryland, maybe both.
Yeah.
A&M is going to be a completely different team next year. They lost pretty much everything, and those guys are probably looking at the writing on the wall like, yeah, maybe we should probably look and see what's going on over there in Maryland.
All right. Why don't we look real quick before we take a break? I wanted to, shout out the women's team real quick again, because they're Final Four bound after a big win over TCU yesterday. It was a slow first half, we'll say. Couldn't really get things going. Nothing was happening too much in that first half. Both teams playing a lot of really good defense. And then we saw in the second half, Madison Booker started to get lit up. Kyla Oldacre had her big performance in the second half as well. So Texas just plays really solid defense again for the entire game. If you just look, I mean, they didn't allow more than 14 points in a quarter. That 14 points came in the fourth too. They allowed 9 in the first quarter. They just played really, really good defensive basketball. And once they started to get an offense rolling just a little bit more, there was almost no way that TCU was going to come back. It's just really hard to make a run on this Texas team. If they're able to get a lead on you, it's really, really hard to come back on them.
Yeah, their defense is just ferocious. I mean, I was watching part of that game yesterday, and Rory Harmon's got that knee brace on.
Yeah.
And she is still just running everybody down, and she is so hard to get past, and it's really impressive to watch. I mean, I don't know how much, and I'm not the biggest women's college basketball expert. I'll put that out there right now, but what I will say is that I feel like it's probably a little bit different than the men's game, in the sense that defense will take you a lot farther in March than it will in men's basketball. So if you've got a defense like that, and they've got these scorers like Madison Booker who can just score whenever they want to, this is going to be a real hard team to beat, man. I mean, I know they got South Carolina coming up, and that's the team that you really worry about out of everybody, probably, because they've already beaten Texas this year. But I mean, man, if like you said, if they get ahead on you, it's really hard to come back, because they're just ferocious.
Yeah, and UConn right now, I believe, is the odds-on favorite to win the title, right as of right now. And I think that's solely in the fact that South Carolina and Texas, there's just somewhat of odds of them beating each other out, and so maybe you're not putting money on either one of them. But that is it's an interesting game right now for Texas. But yeah, that South Carolina game on Friday is going to be a ton of fun to see if they're able to do it. The fourth time they played, I mean. That's why you play in the SEC, though, is because you go, and now 4 times in one season, you go, and it comes down to South Carolina and Texas. And if they can even the series, that is the big one, because this one sends you to the championship game to go on. And I mean, if you beat South Carolina and UConn back to back, that's the trophy's extra special. But they got a long way to go playing those two teams. But fun to watch them last night. And the Sedona Prince story was somewhat overblown. I know that was the big one. She ends up 4 points, 9 rebounds. Not a terrible game. 5 fouls. It was not a terrible game, but she just was overmatched against Texas in that game. They saw it. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. If you guys got anything you want to talk about, throw those in the comments. We come back. We're also going to talk a little about the NFL. We'll see if there's any more breaking news that we can break for you, as well as we got that Texas did get their first transfer in. Talk about that some more too. But we're going to go in the NFL. The meetings are starting to happen. The owners are all meeting. So we're seeing rule changes come out. We'll get into that. And Jerry Jones is just Jerry Jonesing it up right now. He has been away from cameras, and Stephen Jones, I think, is behind it, because wow, he came out and said some things that are just, I thought he was doing better, and no, he's not. So we'll get into that as well. We come back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, the kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, you want someone who's going to bring you custom renovation. And that's what Mike McCall Custom Homes is all about. Been doing it at a high level in Austin for 40 years. Father-son team with tons of experience, and they care about the details. They care about bringing you custom work. because they want you to refer them to your friends. So get over to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the work. You can check out the work on social media as well at McCall Custom Homes. But you want, when it comes to your home, you want a trusted ally and someone who's going to bring value, added value to your home and a great living experience. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are still trying to check. I keep seeing more of the Dalen Swain to Austin stuff right now. That is very good to see that he is. Dalen Swain has committed to Texas. The first commitment is the 6'8" forward, 11 points, 5.5 rebounds, and 2-point assist for Xavier this year. He's also a really good defender as well. It's going to be a big piece in the swing, and that combination of him and Kendall Weaver is going to be a lot of fun to watch on the perimeter, of 2 athletic guys who can play lockdown defense on the perimeter and really get you out going in the transition. So excited to having both those guys right there. All right, let's get into some NFL talk real quick. Matt, I appreciate you being here. As always, Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI, always joining me here on Open Gym. And the NFL have approved some rule changes, Matt. We talked about one of them, and it has officially been approved. The kickoffs now will be at the 35-yard line for touchbacks. I was right. They started the 30, so it was the 30 last year, and they still let it happen. It'll be now the 35-yard line. The big number they looked at was the concussion rate. The concussion rate on the new format was down 43% from the years before. So they figure they solved the problem of why you don't want to have kickoffs, which was concussions. So now they can do them and really try and force the hand. They believe it's going to make a lot more kickoffs. We won't know until we get out there what teams decide to do, but that has officially been passed now. If you try and just kick the ball off every time and you don't want to have, if you don't want to give the other team a chance to return, you have to kick the ball back. The owners want it. I don't know how much the players want it, but the owners really want it. We talked about it before. This has to do with trying to add parity around commercial breaks. So it's about pushing your extra point attempt back, and it's about not having the downtime of a touchback every single time every single time after the field goal. So it used to be as soon as the touchdown got scored, you'd walk off and go get something to eat, go to the bathroom, take a phone call, start scrolling on your phone, and not pay attention to the commercials. They want to get out of that. They want you to have to be invested, because what's going to happen, what their hope is that people that are still in that trend will come back and it will be 7-6, or it'll be 13-6. And you'll be like, what happened? And they'll be like, oh, there's already been another touchdown. You missed it. And they missed the extra point. You've missed all the good things. You can never leave a TV again. Just sit down and watch all day long for NFL football. So they want. I don't know if that'll happen, but it is official now. That'll be the 35-yard line. And if it doesn't go, expect it to be the 40 next year. They're going to start putting the ball in the red zone if you don't start kicking the ball off. They really want this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't particularly like the rule. We had a pretty good debate about that last week. But, look, it passed, so I don't really not really much I can do to say anything against it at this point, I guess. But, if it makes the game more exciting, sure, go for it. We all love kick returns. I just wish really the big thing with kickoffs is I just wish they would bring the guys back from being all the way up on the coverage.
You don't like the fact that they said a 43% reduction in concussions when they push the guys up forward?
I think that I don't know how much that actually had to do with it or not, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a doctor. I do like that. We want less CTE in football, Patrick.
Yeah,
that's absolutely what we want. But I'm just a traditionalist, and I miss I prefer the old school way of doing it. That's just me. But they passed it, so we'll get used to it.
Yeah.
I know that
this is also they wanted to be the 35 when they proposed this originally. The plan was 35 because their numbers said if you put it to 35, there will be more. They wanted to kind of see the rest of the league wanted to see those concussion numbers and make sure the new format didn't have as many injuries. And so they waited a season where there was still less of them. Now they want to bump them up. So that's the new push for it.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it. It's all good. I just I'm gonna complain about it here and there, I'm sure, throughout the season, and especially when it affects the Cowboys negatively, then because Brandon Aubrey just kicks everything out of the stadium. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects
on the other
him,
side, it doesn't, because you've got Kevontae Turpin. You're paying this guy all this money to return things for you.
That's true. That's very true.
So on the other side, it can help you out. So it's 50-50. And look, I think that there's, if you have a really good kicker, they can learn to put the ball and put a ton of hang time in it. And look, I think if you're kicking one way in Dallas, if you can get if you're kicking into the window or against the window and they got to return into the window, you might be able to blind them. You might be able to get some big plays here if you're kicking kick out of the back.
That's true. I still think Jerry should put a curtain up, but that's just me.
Only for when the Dallas is playing, though. You should be able to retract and pull it up real quick. So so that
how is that any different than a torpedo bat?
It's much worse, but but I'm still going for it. Unless you're playing the Texans, then no cheating against my team. But other than that, everybody else, go ahead. Then we also saw the other rule that they are now changing up the rule about reviews. There is now more, so there's more penalties now. Let's see what they say here. They can reverse flags for hits to defenseless players, fouls for a face mask, horse collar, tripping, and running into roughing the kicker. Those can now be reviewed off-site. And if they throw a flag for it and the person in the booth says, no, sir, that is not a penalty, you made a wrong call, or, that wasn't a face mask, then they can overturn it, pick up the flag. They cannot throw a flag for a blatant face mask that was missed. That's kind of the one most people wanted, I think, because we've seen those a few times where a guy, a big moment in a game on a third down gets stopped by a finger in a face mask, and you go, well, that's a first down. He's moving. And they go, nope, we didn't see it. But this is the move in that direction that you can now, if somebody is back in the booth, now it's going to cause every coach ever for every flag to start yelling at them to review it. Like every single time a flag gets thrown, they'll be like, review it. That's a crazy call. It's not for holding, which is good to see. You don't want to see that for holding, but it is for face masks. It is for the defenseless player. So somewhat more in the targeting, where I think they're going to be able to call it and go, nah, it's not targeting. He wasn't defenseless. Like just pick up the flag, keep the game moving. I'm all in favor of these things to get the call right and keep the game moving, as opposed to slowing the game down to a crawl so someone can run across and go look at it. So if somebody in another place that sees the play, reviews it real quick on their screen and goes, you got the call wrong, fix it, and just move on. I'm all for that. Get the game called right and fast.
Yeah, I like this rule a lot. I just hope, I don't think this is going to happen, but when they start reviewing penalties, it just gives me Vietnam flashbacks to when they had the pass interference thing with the Saints. You don't want to see something like that happen, but I don't think it's really the same issue. So I'm all for this. Get the calls right. I'm tired of refs, ruining games with bad calls. And it's a good wrinkle in there that they can't throw a flag off a penalty that they thought should have been called and they missed. So
you can't be lining up for a play. Yeah, you can't line up for a play because, again, that every single play would have a coach running over the official, be like, you need to check. Like, stop the game, go check on it. He'll call in timeouts to try and get penalties and stuff. You don't want to see that kind of thing happen either. So I'm okay with all that stuff. Then we move over to some of the other rules. The Philadelphia Eagles proposal to add both teams now will touch the ball in overtime. Touchdown no longer wins the game in overtime. There is no more sudden death. If you score a touchdown, the rules were that if you kicked a field goal, the game kept going. If you scored a touchdown, the game immediately ends. That is no longer there. They are doing it like how they do it in the playoffs. In the playoffs, where now if you score a touchdown, the other team still gets a chance to go back down and tie the game back up with you. But in 15 minutes, that's kind of tough to do, to score and then let another team score and then another team get a field goal or whatever. But I'm all for it because we saw that too many times. And, this should be the Patrick Mahomes rule. It would have been the Tom Brady rule before that, where it's just like, it sucks. They won the coin toss. They win the game. They're like, their offense is too good. There's nothing we can do about this. And I know the naysayers will always be like, play defense. Like, it doesn't matter. Patrick Mahomes is going to score on that last drive. And if both teams are playing offense, it shouldn't come down to, well, they weren't going to play. They weren't going to stop us either. Whoever wins the coin toss wins. And in today's game, that's too often. So I'm all for this one as well.
Yeah, I lost a fantasy football championship because of this previous rule, so I'm all about this change for sure. You mentioned the Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady rule, but you know what it really reminds me, like what I really think of is when Matt Hasselbeck was with the Seattle Seahawks and they were in overtime and they did the coin toss and Seattle won the toss. And he goes, "We want the ball because we're going to score." And then he threw a pick six and they lost.
Oh, I do remember that. I do remember that.
It just brings back like the best memories of that. But I'm all about this. I hated that rule. I think that if you're competing at the highest level, which is the NFL, both teams have to have an opportunity to touch the ball no matter what. And I think they reduced the time from 15 minutes to 10 minutes as well. Did I see that correctly?
It's still, regular season overtime will remain limited to 10 minutes. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So that's great too. You don't want it to drag on too long, but you also don't ever want to end it in a tie if you can. I think this, there's still obviously the possibility that you can end in a tie, right? If both teams score a touchdown, but it seems like a lot less likely of an outcome now than, both teams.
I'm still all for 2-point conversions if it ends in overtime. You're pushing out just 2-point conversions. First one to miss, if you go back and forth, and when someone gets one and you don't, game over, they win. 2-point conversions, just go one play over and over again. And I'm all for. No more ties. Football, you're better than soccer. We all know you're better than soccer. Be better than soccer. No more ties in football. Nobody likes them. They screw up everything, and they look ugly in the columns when you see it. Nobody wants them. Not one person wants ties except for the team in week 18 or week 19 who's like, well, we get in with the tie, so we're cool with that. And that you don't want that. You don't want that person doing anything.
Yeah. It's for me, it's still not as good as the college overtime, but it's at least a step closer now. So that's a good thing.
They've also this one is not the fun one. The No Fun League has added team celebrations that would violate the league's unsportsmanlike rules, including a throat slash gesture, simulating firing or brandishing a gun, or displaying the nose wipe gesture. Those are all now officially banned. CeeDee Lamb has to have the new celebration. He cannot wipe his nose anymore. I don't know if he's going to say he's wiping his mouth. Is that better if he just pulls it down and just does this instead of that? There's a face mask. Are we going to get into the semantics of it?
Yeah, I hate this. The brandishing the gun thing makes sense. The throat slash a little bit less than the gun thing. The nose swipe just has no connection to either of those, in my opinion. I don't care if people say that it's a gang sign or not. I'm pretty sure CeeDee Lamb is not in a gang. So this is stupid. This is so stupid.
This is my only rule about any of those things. Don't do them at the other players. Do them at the crowd, but don't do them at the players, and then it's fine. I don't care. Because that's always the one when it's like when you do the throat slash to somebody in their face, they could get upset about it. But if you just do it to the crowd, then they're like, all right, I can't, the level of instigating and pushing up a fight. I know they're trying to get rid of it because, again, the NFL is very, very conscious of trying to get parents and especially mothers to allow their kids to play the game. And part of it is, well, this kid's throat slashing and brandishing guns. That's what the NFL is. I don't want my kid to be doing that. And, when there's concussions, they don't want their kids to be doing that. So that's why there's flag football now, is in a process to get more women to play. So those women grow up and become moms, and then they allow their kids to be able to play football, and they have a different relationship with the game. All of this is to try and get more and more kids to play football, because more and more kids playing football means more and more kids that not only play the sport, but love the sport and will grow up and watch it nonstop and spend money on it and go to games because they have a love for the game of football. If you've never played it, it's probably a different look at it. And if your mother says you're never going to play basketball or you're never going to play football, but we're going to let you play basketball or play soccer, they're losing out on those kids. So they're trying to make everybody play football. And part of that is we're going to make it safer for parents and safer for kids. So we want all of these celebrations that kids might do off the table. That's not how life works. But that is why the NFL is doing it. They don't really care about the players on the field, I don't think, too much. It's much more about we don't want kids doing it. And I get it, but I think there's better ways of doing it. And the nose wipe one, I don't get at all. I've tried to look it up, and I know that people keep telling me that it's a crypt thing, but I'm not. I don't know. That feels like. It also feels like everyone I've read that says the Crip thing is a white person who has no idea what Bloods and Crips do. So I don't know if I believe it fully either. Maybe it is. And I'm like a 40-year-old white guy. I have no idea what is happening in the streets. No idea.
Yeah. So the thing with celebrations for me is I do think they're becoming too prevalent in the sense that, like, so here's a good example. I watched a college football game last year where I can't even remember what the teams were, but I remember the celebration vividly, where this team is down 30 points and a defensive back gets like a pass breakup, and then he does like the sword sheathing.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
dude, you're down 30. So like the celebration thing has just as a whole kind of gotten out of control. So the less of it that there is, and the less popular it is, I guess, is one thing. And if the NFL can kind of find a way to separate itself from the other sports in a way to do that, that's fine. Like, I love when, the Bills get together and they do like a dance from some movie, or like they do like some viral TikTok dance or something like that. Like, I think that's funny, but the whole celebration thing has gotten out of control anyway. So, I mean, in a sense, the less of it, the better, as long as it decreases the necessity to do it, I guess, because people do it too much. It's getting kind of tired.
No, it is when you're like the cornerback who's been burned for 250 and 4 touchdowns, and then you get a PBU, and you turn around, you're like, not on my side. You're like, yes, on your side all day. You can't celebrate that one. You've screwed up too much. You've lost celebration privileges. And I get you're supposed to have that, and coaches kind of encourage it at points because it does pumps you up and gets you ready to go. But there is a line of it where it's like, just be a professional and go out there and do the job. And if you have a big play where there's a lot of emotion, but if it's a 25-point game, there's not going to be that. There's not going to be that emotion. Right?
Yes, the white chicks dance, exactly.
A couple other rule changes. Nothing too big. This one is the Steelers proposed that you could actually now be on the phone call or a video call with 5 players during the negotiation period, because these guys are signing massive contracts. And in that legal tampering negotiation period before free agency, you're not allowed to talk to the players, only agents. So technically you're not supposed to talk to players, and you're giving them $150 million, $200 million. You probably want to like call them up and be like, hey, do you want to be here? What are you going to do? So I think that one's I'm all good with. There's another one where you're able to prepare balls for special teams a day ahead. That's fine. Whatever. I know that there's different rules for how they prepare those balls than the rest of the balls they use for the rest of the game. And the big one that they're not going to be able to use anymore is they turned down the the Lions take away the seeding for division winners. They said, we're tabling that one. That one's not happening this year. Tush Push, I believe, has also been tabled. That one is not going to be banned this season as well, which is fine. It really shouldn't be banned. None of us want to see it, but it shouldn't be banned.
I think it should be banned because I hate it, Patrick. Now, the Tush Push is, I think we've talked about this before, but the Tush Push is the cheapest play in the NFL in the sense that only one team can run it well.
Yeah.
So like they have a competitive advantage. My advice to the rest of the NFL is if you don't want to see it, is this is the highest form of football on the planet. Learn how to stop it. You have the best athletes in the world. Learn how to stop it, or learn how to run it as effectively as Philadelphia runs it. And then if everybody's doing it, then eventually it'll get banned because it becomes a widespread problem. Now it's just a problem for one team. It helped them win a Super Bowl. That's not the reason they won the Super Bowl, though. They were just better than everybody else. But,
yeah,
I just hate watching it, and I see it more than most people, I think, across the NFL, or across NFL fandom, just because I'm a Cowboys fan and I watch them do it to the Cowboys so often, and it sucks.
All right. So let's get into the fun of Dallas Cowboys stuff. And I agree with you on all the Tush Push stuff. I hate it. I don't want to see it, but you got to stop it. And unless multiple teams get it and there's a reason to stop it, it's just like, no, we just don't like the Eagles have this. The Eagles are really good at it. It's like, go re-sign Tim Tebow. I bet he'd be good at it. Get him back.
Yeah. I also hate how the Eagles just draft incredibly well. Can we ban that too?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you got to give up your first round pick every other year.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. Let's talk about Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. Matt also, in addition to Texas Longhorns on SI, also handles some work over at the Dallas Cowboys on SI. So you have covered Jerry Jones enough to know the craziness of the man. And we talked a little bit throughout this offseason about him looking like he was doing some things differently. He didn't have his normal bus interview at the combine. He's maybe hasn't talked a ton. He signed a couple guys, like he did a few things that maybe you thought, all right, maybe they're taking a slightly different approach. He didn't have the all-in statement this year. He didn't really go off on any of that. Well, the beginning of the day, Clarence Hill reports that the Cowboys and Micah Parsons had come to an agreement, loosely an agreement on terms for a new contract where he would become one of the highest paid players and set a record deal for the NFL, was I believe what Clarence Hill said. But David Mulugeta was not involved in the discussion. So it was just Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons having the discussion, right? And then Jerry Jones walks out and starts to get asked about this because it gets reported. Jerry Jones then says that he is that yes, the discussion's there. We've already had it, and we don't really need to have the agents involved in this. We don't need it. I don't even know the guy's name. We don't need to be in there. Agents are no good. Agents are bad for the game. I don't think you should have agents, unless you're like kind of trying to start out. You really don't even need them. They're bad guys. You shouldn't have them. To which Micah Parsons replies on Twitter, yeah, David's really good. He's going to be involved in whatever contract I sign. This really makes me feel like you're trying to screw me over. Hey, man, we're going to give you this record deal, and I'm going to take care of you. Jerry also drops the great line, I would rather wait and I'd rather wait and pay more and get it done right than pay less and do it wrong, which I don't know what that means. So, Matt, there's a lot to break down and a lot to ponder out of what Jerry has said and what has come out. What have you heard, and where are you with Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones, and Jerry actually giving a live mic again?
Whew. Somebody please take a mic away from this man. I mean, this is getting out of control. Like,
wait, a Micah away? You want to take a mic away or a Micah away? Which one?
Take his microphone away.
You're making a Micah Parsons joke in there.
Yes, but yeah, and take Micah away too. He doesn't deserve him. So these comments about the agents and specifically saying I don't know his agent's name or whatever it is that he said is just the am I allowed to curse on here?
I mean, you can say some words. I mean, we try not to be too vile, but
we'll try to avoid it. This is the most BS thing I've ever heard an owner or a G. Yeah, this is the most BS thing I've ever heard an owner or a GM say. The fact that you have not only signed this guy, like you drafted this guy, you signed him to a rookie contract, you're in negotiations with this guy, and you're claiming that you don't know who his agent is. Who the hell are you trying to fool? Like, that is just the most ridiculous thing I've heard an owner say in quite some time. I mean, this is glory hole territory. This is so dumb. He's one of the best agents in the NFL. He has negotiated multiple deals this year that have been outstanding for their players and for the franchise. Like, don't try and tell me that the agent doesn't matter. Like, the reason that these players have agents, Micah Parsons is a very smart guy. That's very obvious, but he did not go to law school. He does not know the ins and outs of contracts and how to, the language of contracts and how to, take advantage of certain loopholes in contracts, or like what he's going to earn here because of hitting certain marks with sacks or any of those different things. Like, that's why you have an agent. It boggles my mind. These guys went to law school to learn how to do these kinds of things for the most part. Not Rich Paul, but like for the most part, these guys are very, very smart legal minds, and they know how to create these contracts. And to try and sit out there and say that he doesn't matter and that we're just going to talk to Micah, and it basically screams to me, we're just going to try to take advantage of Micah in every possible way we can and keep him around here as long as we possibly can.
So there's two parts to that. Yes, I think that's true. And I think the other side is, and I'm going to pair this with the Cooper Rush thing, and I'm going to pair it when you look at all this stuff in the Dak Prescott contract, that I think Jerry Jones is realizing that he doesn't read his contracts well. And he's too lazy to go sit and do the work. And he doesn't know the incentives that these agents put in, and he doesn't find out about them till later. So I think he knew about the Cooper Rush one, but I don't think he knew about it when he signed the contract. I don't think he knew that he was basically giving Dak Prescott no trade, no tag, every single thing in the book. I don't know if he knew he was giving him all that. I don't know if he knows all the things that he's giving away in these contracts. And I think that's the thing, is he goes, I'm on the level of the player, and I'm smarter than the player. I'm not smarter than the agents. And so I don't want to deal with them because I'm losing every negotiation I have with these agents. Is I lose because I end up paying all this money, and I don't get anything in the contract that I want. They get the verbiage they want too. They're getting everything they want in there. And it just feels like he is, again, in a world where everything is progressing one way. He goes, well, I don't want it that way, so I'm not going to do it. And you say, well, this is the only way you win championships, Jerry. The only way. And he says, but I don't want to. Okay, sell the team. No, I make a ton of money. Okay, well, then do this. No.
It's like a little kid at Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, I don't want to leave Chuck E. Cheese. Well, then eat your pizza. I hate pizza. Why are we Chuck E. Cheese then? I like animatronic rats. That's what I like. Want more animatronic rats? Let's cheese pizza, guys. Let's pizza. And that's Jerry Jones in the NFL. He wants all the money. He wants everything that goes with owning a team. He wants all the glory of it and everything else. But when it comes to just actually dealing with things, it feels like he doesn't want to read these contracts and sit down and actually have a real discussion on a real level and have the people around him that he has to trust and the people that have decision-making capabilities to actually sit down and go through these contracts and negotiate in his place in points and say, oh, no one else has this part in their contract. We're fully versed on these things, and you're getting screwed here, here, and here. And I think what Jerry does is he has those people that he's in a room and they write out all this stuff. Then he takes the money, he takes the contract out of the room, and then he gives it to his people. And then they chat GPT it, and they come back to him, but they're like human chat GPT. They actually read it, and then they give him bullet points, and it says, this will be this, this will be this, this will be this. And it was just such a crazy thing. And I get all the owners know who David Mulligetta is. There's not one owner in the league who doesn't know who that man is. He got a fully guaranteed quarterback contract. And if you don't think that there was a group text or some phone call or something between the owners when Deshaun Watson signed a fully guaranteed contract that they all said that'll never happen again and we hate that guy, you're out of your mind. They definitely know who David Mulligetta is. And the reason he said it was because I don't like him, so I'm going to pretend I don't know him, and I'm going to try and big time him. And the problem is, big time him. Let him take every single free agent, never talk to the Cowboys again. He's got all the big ones, and he's got Micah Parsons. So you probably want to be nice and play nice with him, But this is again, and so all of that, and then you add in the line, I'd rather spend more and get it right than spend less and get it wrong. Again, tells me I'd rather pretend to spend more money and give him a $400 million with a $50 million guaranteed contract that I can get out of immediately, then pay him $250 million with 240 of it guaranteed. And I'm owed all, and I have to pay all that money, and I have to get the money up front because now it's guaranteed money. So I have to put it in escrow. So there's all these different pieces that go into it. I'd rather do it right, which means I still win, but I'm saying paying more. So I'm tricking them. Like, no one is falling. We know the internet exists now, Jerry. We know what's happening.
Yeah. Can we talk about the next dumb thing that Jerry said too?
Let's go.
Because there's multiple things. We
Yes.
can be at this all day.
We got all day. We still have 40 minutes. That's plenty of Jerry time.
My next favorite one is the fact that Jerry says that he's not dwelling on the fact that the Cowboys haven't reached the Super Bowl in, what is it now, 29 years?
Yeah.
He says, I don't wake up in the morning saying it's been a long time since we played an NFC championship game. We have had good teams. We've had good players. It's not all satisfactory, but no one else has shown me the answer on how to get to a Super Bowl. Sir, I don't know if you need to look over just at the other, to the East Coast in your division and look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They showed you how to win a Super Bowl. I don't know if you need to look north to the old Dallas team up there in Kansas City. They just showed you how to win back-to-back Super Bowls. Go do that. Like, what are you talking about? This makes absolutely no sense. Of course, there are teams out there who have figured out a formula to get to the Super Bowl. They have been kicking your ass for the last 29 years. The Lions figured out how to get to an NFC championship game. The Detroit Lions have passed you in terms of relevancy.
But
the Washington Commanders.
Do you know what they did? Do you know what both those teams did? They hired football people.
Yeah.
It's not complicated. They hired football people because you know why Detroit sucked? They had a bunch of car people trying to make football decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they're very smart. And the football people would make an ugly, unusable car. But stay in your lane on some of these things. And when people have 30, 40 years experience in football and know the ins and outs and know all these people and have a bunch of people they can ask for help and all these different pieces, you need those people on your staff. And Jerry gets one or two of them and he goes, I'm good to go. And you go, you need 6 or 7 or 10 or 12 or 15 or 20. You need to get as many of those guys around you. And then here's the big part. They need to be in the room with you when you're making decisions. And when I say in the room, I mean, they don't just be quiet and you make the decision. I mean, you sit around and you just listen. And then as long as they don't say anything that's highly objectionable, you just let them do their job. You can still be in the room, but you just shut up and you let them do their job. And then when they say something to the effect of, well, we think we want to try and rebuild for the next 4 or 5 seasons, and we're going to get rid of Dak and Micah and CD, and we're just going to kind of tank for 3 or 4 more seasons until we get the right guy in. You can go, no, we're not. This is my team, and I don't want to do that. And you have full right to do that. But opposed to that, or saying we're going to go give Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract, you say, I don't want to give a fully guaranteed contract. That's not how us owners work. It's fine. But you have to hire football people to do football jobs. Will McClay is awesome. Without Will McClay, I don't know where this Cowboys franchise is. Because Will McClay is a football person doing football work. The problem is there's not enough of that. And there's not enough people that have real say in what they can do. And Jerry has an automatic override button. And then he just shoots himself in the foot that you hear good news that him and Micah Parsons had a great relationship and a great conversation and everything looks good. And you might be able to get this contract done before the draft. Oh man, how great would that be to be able to move forward past the draft with a much better vision of what you want to do. And all of that progress is shot down and halted. Like an hour after that report comes out, you come out and shoot it all down and then say, I don't know why we can't make it to the Super Bowl. I don't know what we're doing wrong. I just said I don't know who agents are, and I don't think athletes should use them unless they're using them for NIL.
Yeah. So here's what the Cowboys really need, Patrick. They need a hand raise guy. You know what a hand raise guy is?
Who's that?
It's a guy when you're sitting in a board meeting and you're talking, you're firing off all these ideas in a brainstorming session.
Yes.
And one of your higher ups is like, yes, we should absolutely put, we should absolutely put copper in water or something stupid like that. And there's a guy in the corner going, sir, here is why this is a bad idea. And here is why we should not do this. And then that guy, has something in his contract, like, you have to listen to me. That's a hand raise guy. The Cowboys desperately need a hand raise guy.
They need several hand raise guys.
Yes, they do.
And one of them needs to be there when Jerry Jones is talking, and he raises his hand over Jerry Jones' mouth slowly. It just says, "Guys, interview's over. We're gonna take Jerry Jones back to the shop and try and get some things down. Like, don't disparage manager or agents right before you have to enter massive negotiations with one of the most ruthless agents out there. I would not do it. That is, and then I saw that one too where I don't know. And basically every time when it's how do you feel being irrelevant? We're not irrelevant. Our win percentage is this. And we talked about this with Shawn Miller, and we talked about it with Texas basketball. And and this is not, I'm not saying Shawn Miller is the same as the Cowboys. I'm not lumping that evil onto him. But talking about the attack of going to try and win games in any sport, sometimes you have to go for it. And Jerry Jones has never gone for it. It's why all in was such a big deal last year. Are you really all in? Are you really going to try and go over that edge and maybe fail, but have a chance to be great? And that's when we're talking about hiring a basketball coach. I want a coach who is going to come in and want to be great. I don't care about making a Sweet 16 every 2 or 3 years. It really doesn't mean that much to me. I care about playing for championships. So if the goal is to make a Sweet 16 every 2 or 3 years, that's great, but it's never going to move the needle for me, because if we're just trying to get lucky to win and get to the Final Four, that's not, I'm not going to buy that. I don't like that. I want you to say, every year we think we're a Final Four team, and sometimes we don't get there. And Jerry Jones plays with, every year I think we're a playoff team, and maybe one year we'll get lucky. And that's how Jerry Jones builds the Cowboys. We're a playoff team, and maybe we get lucky. And the problem is they get unlucky much more than they get lucky.
Mm-hmm. The simple math of the situation is there's 32 teams in the NFL. If you don't actually go all in and try and win championships, you're never going to do it.
Yeah.
So that was a dumb statement to begin with. And then, some radio guys in Dallas try to call him out for it. And you know what he does? Instead of accepting responsibility, he threatens their jobs, even though he's not their boss. That's what Jerry Jones does. He threatens good, hardworking radio guys and good, hardworking journalists for doing their jobs when he's inept at his. And that is the problem with Jerry Jones.
No, and I mean, we saw, like, you'd rather be the 49ers in the sense of it didn't work, but they really pushed their hand trying to get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. And they got there. They got to Super Bowls. They didn't win one, but they got there because they really pushed their hand and signed Deebo Samuel and kind of bowed down to Ayuk and Samuel and got it done. They make the trade for Christian McCaffrey. They get lucky with Brock Purdy, but you're continually trying to work and find a way to make this work. And because they didn't win a Super Bowl, now they kind of look like jerks on the back end because you didn't get that Super Bowl win, and now you're stuck with all these contracts and trying to get out of it. But if I'm a football fan, I'd much rather take that approach than, hey, well, we're still in the playoffs. Cool. Okay, that's great. But every year we lose. And like, now I'm used to being disappointed at a different point in the season. And like the Texans right now, as a Texans fan, you say, okay, they're pushing. And when they go out and they got Steph Diggs last year, and they're trying to make these moves to bring guys in, and they made the big move to trade up and get Will Anderson. And those types of things, you go, those are moves to be bold. Say, we're trying to open a window. We're trying to get to that window as fast as we can. And then we're going to try and exploit it as much as we can before we know the inevitability of the NFL structure and salary cap is eventually we'll have a downtime after that. And the hope is that you're able to draft well enough around that the downtime isn't so bad. And you hope you develop players enough that CJ Stroud becomes an even bigger player, and you can kind of not have to go full rebuild. You go more like the Eagles have, or the 49ers have. I mean, the Chiefs have done it expertly, but they're just kind of figuring it out along the way. And you say, okay, we have a 1 to 2 year rebuild period where we're not great, but we're not bad. And then all of a sudden we're right back into it where we get our contracts back in line. That's what you want to see. Jerry Jones has never done that. Jerry Jones has never gone on. And I'll still state by the fact I don't think he has cash money to sign a lot of these guys, and he doesn't want to tell anybody that. So he doesn't go out and give up any equity in his franchise. He doesn't give up the things that you have to, or put liens on, or take loans to be able to sign these guys to these extremely lucrative, big signing bonus, major guaranteed money. And he has enough to get through to pay Micah and CD and Dak. But does he have enough to pay Micah $200 million in guaranteed money and then another $100 million in guaranteed money to Deron Bland? I don't know. Does he have enough to do that and then bring in a free agent you need as well? No. And all those pieces for the Cowboys just leaves you at this point of, at some point you have to go for it. And the Giants suck, and they're at least selling equity to try and get some money to try and put something together. They're at least trying to do things right now. And so you have a little bit more. And yeah, Jerry Jones, everything that, all the goodwill he built up during shutting up over the offseason, he just destroyed in one afternoon. It's a really special Jerry Jones moment.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry, really all you got to do is look at the Eagles. I'll say it again. Yeah. They don't care about the salary cap. They don't care about how much money they spend or how behind on these contracts they get or anything like that. They're just doing everything they can to get the right guys in place to win a championship. That's what all in means. All in doesn't mean I'm going to say we're all in, but then I'm not going to call Derrick Henry.
Yeah, not even call him.
Like
not even
call him. Unbelievable, unforgivable, as a matter of fact.
And also, I'm not going to. I'm going to have a meeting with Micah Parsons and then not call his agent. And like, if you really had the deal with Micah Parsons, you should have been like, okay, we're getting it worked up. We're calling David right after this, and let's get it while you are in. Well, I've got you hooked. Let me try and get it and not let you go back. And now you and Mulugeta are sitting around having the conversations. This is what Jerry's trying to do. Tell me what Jerry told you, word for word. What do you remember Jerry saying to you? What was Jerry trying to push? So we know in negotiations what he's trying to use against us. All of that's out the window now. Mulugeta has full hand now. He has everything going his way because you were too stupid to just let it go and not get mad about it up front and try and sell it like you're making this deal. And again, I'd rather pay more and get it right than spend less and get it wrong. What else are we talking about with Micah Parsons? Is it the years? You'd rather spend more and not give him too many years? Okay, that's not Micah, though. Micah is give him as many years as he wants. You want him on your team. Like, I don't know what that spend more and get it right is.
I don't either. And the fact that you're also adding on to that statement that it's not urgent to sign arguably the best defensive player in the NFL to a long-term deal. How is that not urgent? I'm at a loss. Like, I don't understand how that's not urgent. How is it not urgent to figure out your future and figure out what your roster is going to look like because you just came off of what were they, 7-10 last year?
Yeah.
Everything is urgent if you're 7-10 and you don't have a roster to put on the field that can compete in the NFC East. Everything is urgent.
Yeah, it is. And it falls into that world where I was watching something the other day, and it was a bunch of people talking about something in the future. And I believe they were talking about how many, if you could live longer. And they were talking about movie characters that were like 200 years old or 300 years old. And they were using this as scientific data pretty much in their explanation of what it would be like to be old and why you would not want to be 100 years old or whatever else, or 200 years old. And they're just casually explaining movie character things as if these are scientific studies, not just somebody wrote something down on paper and they're completely fictional and we have no idea what it would be. I feel like Jerry Jones watches Yellowstone. And he goes, yeah, that's how I run my business. And he go, Yellowstone is fiction. And I know there's basis of there's people that are kind of like this, but they're not like that. They're not all steadfast and cool. They say stupid things sometimes. But he watches that and thinks I'm that guy. So I'll be cool hand Luke in this one. And you're not. You can't keep thinking that you are this fictional character that is so great at negotiating and everyone idolizes. This is not 1995 when you were paying all the money because it was much cheaper back then to bring in Deion Sanders and everyone thought you were this really great. And you hired Jimmy Johnson. It was a great move and all these things. Nobody thinks that about you anymore. you are now thought of more of the laughing stock of the NFL because you say stupid stuff like this. And I think that this is going to be another one that he may shy away back into his hole to say, I don't want to talk to them. They're out to get me. They're out to get me now. The same way Woody Johnson came out and said, that's all bogus. That's all hocus, what they're saying about me being a bad owner. That's crazy. These people don't say it to me. Yeah. Jerry Jones goes back and he goes into a meeting. They all go, yeah, they're out to get you. And he sits in his room with other billionaires and millionaires. And they all go, man, that's what the media tries to do. They're trying to get you. We go, no, we're trying to learn what you're doing about the Cowboys. And we ask you a simple question like, hey, are you negotiating with Micah Parsons? We saw a report this morning that you and him are having conversations. How close is a deal? And you go, well, I think me and Micah have come to it. And they go, okay, so when are you signing? And he goes, oh, well, we don't use agents. And you go, whoa, we're not trying to catch you in anything. This is pretty simple. We all expected this to be there. And then he just talks himself into a corner again. This isn't complicated, but Jerry seems to try and make it that way over and over again.
He really does. And the fictional character thing, maybe he just he was on set for The Landman.
Exactly.
He just, when he left that set, he just stayed in character. And that's just the guy he is now. He's a fictional TV character. He doesn't answer to the rule of law or the IRS or any of these things. He's just going to do whatever he wants. And he's going to put the Cowboys in what he considers the best position that he can possibly put them in, even though 31 other franchises are probably in a better position than he is right now. I mean, maybe not 31. Cleveland, no. The Jets, no.
Arizona,
maybe. So let's say 29 teams are in a better position than you in the NFL. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
And I think they're better than other. They're not terribly, horribly. They draft okay. There's a lot of things they do well, but it's that line of you're okay being a playoff team because, is what Hair the Dog says, Jerry Jones about making money. And as long as my evaluation of what the team's worth is up, that's what I care about. As long as I can make all this money, that's what I care about. I'm the best at making money in the NFL, and I don't really care about anything else because I can win at this. And it's if you're a fan of the team, it's horribly frustrating for Cowboys fans because every year you go, you've fed us this for years and years that we're supposed to be there, and every year we're not terrible, so there's a reason to buy in. But every year the buy-in is less and less because we see more and more behind the scenes, and you're just, you're the Wizard of Oz. You're behind the screen pretending that you're this great owner, and the facade is so far gone. And today was just such an example of that. There's nothing positive that he said today. There's nothing that came out of it and you go, well, he said some bad things, but he also said some good things. It's just now he came out and immediately got defensive because people were like, that's how the league works. And it was just downhill from there.
Yeah. So the fact that almost every other team in the NFL has been to a conference championship game and a Super Bowl, more recently than you have, outside of the Cleveland Browns, I think is the only one now. You may be doing something wrong. The Commanders were arguably the worst run franchise in the NFL for a long time. You know what they did? They made changes.
Yeah.
They sold the team.
They sold the team.
Well, yeah, they sold the team, but they also made and those owners brought in a bunch of other people who made football decisions and made the team better. They hired a good coach. They drafted well. They got the next superstar quarterback in the NFL, and all of a sudden they're right back in the conversation. They were in an NFC Championship game. The Lions did the exact same thing. The Jets have been to a NFC champ or a conference championship game more recently than you have. The Jets. I'm gonna say it one more time. The Jets.
Jets. Jets. That is, You don't want to see it. You just don't want to see it.
No.
All right.
Stop being so damn stubborn.
Hire some football people. Or just, have Steven put him in the home. Put him in the home, Steven. You can do it.
Please, Steven, please.
I don't know if you're that much better, but you can't be that much worse. I mean, he'll just be cheap. He'll just be cheaper. He'll be like, oh, we got a great deal on this guy. I'm like, all right, whatever. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get into a little bit of ESPN rankings. We'll get into these where some of the best quarterbacks in the 90s. We'll also maybe recap a little bit of our conversation about Texas basketball and the new player that is brought in, Dalen Swain, is your new Texas Longhorn on the basketball court. Also, we get Texas baseball tonight as well. All that coming up here in the last 20 minutes. And anything else you guys want to talk about on a Tuesday afternoon? The sun keeps coming out my window, and I get excited, and then it immediately gets dark again, and I just don't want it to rain because I did 6 hours worth of yard work. My legs are still sore, and I'm like, I'm going to have to mow this yard again next weekend, and I don't want to do it. So stop raining, please. That's every time I look up, and I'm like, oh, it's dark again. What happened? I thought we were sunny. All right, we'll come back for this quick break for our sponsors here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. So we get into it, being happy about Texas getting their first commitment in the transfer portal. Not a super shock, but Dalen Swain, the 6'8 swingman from Xavier, has committed. Ryan Conwell is on campus today, I believe. So we'll see if that name comes through here in the next couple of days. He could take another chance, but very big for Texas to get a commitment, not let him leave this, not let him leave the state. Don't let him leave the city. He had visits set up with Arkansas and Kentucky, two schools that got pockets right now, two schools that went further in the tournament than you did last year. A lot of things going their way, some really good coaches as well at those two schools. So you didn't want him to walk out and be able to sell something else. So really good job for Shawn Miller in Texas getting their first one in, and someone that I like. I like the way he played against us. I've liked the film I've watched on Dalen Swain. I have to keep remembering he's Dalen Swain. But his name, I keep wanting to say Dylan, but it's Dalen Swain. And then Kendall Weaver, that was a fun one when we saw how that was pronounced. That's always those names that you see, Matt, that are like, the one that I remember the most, Kendall Weaver was, we saw that they were bringing him in, and you're like, Chindle?
That's what I thought too.
The one I remember most was Christian Michael. The first time I saw it, I thought his name was Christine Michelle, and I was like, there's no way. It's a football player named Christine Michelle. But his name was Christian Michael, and I really thought that one. And I had to, that was when you're just like having to look up interviews and stuff to see the guy's name because he's coming out of high school. and you see him and he says his name, and you go, oh, okay, I won't mess it up. But now it's foreign guys, and you just have to say them 50 times in a row and try to remember their names.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time with Nico Iliyama, the quarterback at Tennessee. Iliyama, I can't even do it.
That's Tua Tagovailoa was a hard one,
Yeah.
but he's been in the NFL long enough you can get through it. I still am not great with Giannis. It's Antetokounmpo, but I have to say it slow. I can't say it fast. Even though he's been in the NBA, he's an MVP. I can't say it fast. That's all those names you get.
I have to say Nico slow. Yama. I can't do it. I give up. My other favorite one is Nike Lewis, the point guard recruit. I thought it was Nick for a long time, and then I heard apparently it's Nike, and he should have signed a Nike NIL deal, or he should sign a Nike NFL deal. I think that's brilliant. We're having a hard time over here on Open Gym with these names.
It's hard when they're like their names too. That I'm like, I don't want to have to remember this forever. If you go to like the ACC, I'm barely going to see you play next year. And then, or especially if you go to the Big East, I'll watch even less Big East basketball. But thank you, Roy. I'll watch, less Big East basketball. But like just some conference he goes off to, and then you're like, he's going to play 2 more years and not go to the NBA. I don't need to know that name. I don't need that in my brain rattling around. I have too much useless information in there anyway. I can tell you too many things about 90s wrestling that no one needs to know. I have that all rattling around, and dumb band stuff that no one cares about. All that. I'm trying to remember sports stuff, and people be like, hey, can you do Texas football trivia? You're like, no, for whatever reason, no, that doesn't stick. I've watched them, every year of my life, still can't do it. By the way, speaking of Texas football, do you have something to bring up about Quinn?
I did, yeah. So this is just a small thing. John Gruden tweeted today that he just wrapped up season 1 of Gruden's QB camp, and Quinn Ewers will be featured in the 6th episode of that show. So Texas Longhorns fans should look out for that when it comes out. He also says, talk about arm talent. That ball went wherever he wanted on a dime every time. Great kid. He's got a bright future ahead. So you like to hear that from John Gruden.
Yeah, Gruden's been a pretty good scout of quarterbacks over the years. Sometimes he misses, but that's the thing is that Quinn Ewers, like, it falls into the world, and this was kind of, not to go into political terms, but Colin Kaepernick, one of the big things that he had issue with is he didn't have a really consistent deep ball. And when anything else goes wrong in your life and you don't have a consistent deep ball, everything else kind of falls apart, because in the NFL, every coach wants to throw the ball. Every coach wants to throw bombs. So you can be great at everything else. Now, if you turn out to be Tom Brady, then, we don't really need it as much. And now Tom Brady gets Randy Moss and then goes, I can also do that, of course. But everybody wants the deep ball. And so that's kind of where Quinn Ewers sits is, I think that everybody looks at it. And the big question is going to be how many yards downfield, how many, how long is that arm consistent at? And that's where you probably see in private workouts and things. For some teams, they may try and figure that out and pinpoint that a little bit more to say, in my playbook, for like the Saints and Kellen Moore, for example, Kellen Moore to look at his playbook and say, in my playbook, how many plays do I feel confident? How many throws in my playbook do I feel confident that Quinn Ewers can hit that pass consistently versus the ones that I know he can hit, but it drops precipitously at a certain point. And so is that 20 yards downfield, 30 yards downfield? Is that 30 yards downfield and, cross a hash mark? What are we looking at of how long these passes actually are? How many, how much air time is it? Is it once we get him 40, 50 yards downfield that we really start to worry that ball starts to carry in the air a little bit more and we get the major Applewhite balls that just sit there? And then you go to the bathroom and then you walk back and make yourself a drink and then, heat up a full frozen pizza and then you come back and the guy's about to make the catch. Those passes that we used to see back in the day. Major Applewhite. Those passes used to kill me.
Oh, man.
And Quinn put some air into his balls too. And so there's a lot that go, I think that's more the private workouts because Sark's not going to show that and Quinn's not going to show that until he has to. But if you walk into a private workout and they go, we're really serious about drafting you in the 2nd round, then we need you to hit some of these passes and we need to know how much of our playbook we can actually use. I think in the Gruden thing, we'll see that a little bit too. I don't know how much they'll let him have the ability, but I'll be curious to see how much they try and show him downfield. And again, his pro day, he looked pretty good on everything except for throwing across his body, moving the wrong way. which
Off of what foot?
most people look at it. That's not, but like that's the one Jalen Milroe will probably hit 10 times out of 10. And then a crosser 5 yards in front of him, he'll throw it off the guy's helmet or something. So you got to be poisoning a lot of these guys in this year's draft class.
The other thing I want to see out of this Gruden QB camp too is my favorite part about this show every time is when he makes them break down film.
Yes.
I want to see him like ask Quinn questions about what he was thinking here, what he was thinking there, because I think Quinn is going to be at the top, or like probably at the top of almost any quarterback in this class in terms of breaking down that film and what he was thinking here, what they were drawing up, what Sark had him doing, what the, what the hot routes were, what the checks were, all that different stuff. I think that's going to be that's going to be really, really interesting to watch because he's a really, really smart guy.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see. I mean, I don't know if they put those out in order and then you got to wait on it. He's the last episode, or if you got to, if they're just like streaming and they just drop them all at once now on ESPN, who knows? I don't know where they are. So I'll have to figure that one out. We'll let you know tomorrow where you can find that. I do want to get into a little bit before we get out of here. We got about 10 minutes left before we get out of here and we get ready for Texas baseball tonight. That's what you can watch for Texas tonight. I believe Jason Flores is taking them out. Correct me if I'm wrong on the text and chat line. But they'll be playing Texas State tonight at 6:30. So that'll be a fun game to check out. See if Texas can continue on their winning ways before another big series in the SEC, playing Georgia this weekend. Get that home stand going. You get 5 games at home right now before you go out and play that Kentucky game, the Kentucky series at Kentucky. So getting ready for that, starting off a new home stand for Texas. But there was a list that got put out at the end of last week about the greatest players, the 90 greatest quarterbacks in the 2000s in college football. Mm-hmm. There's just a couple names we'll go through because it's not, there's 90 names. We're not going to go through all 90. Won't pressure you with that. First question I'll ask you, Matt. Should Sam Ehlinger have been on this list?
Probably not. I mean, he's right there. I think you could probably put him on this list ahead of a few people.
He's top 100. I think he's top 100. I don't know if he's top 90. Was looking at the names like, oh, so close.
He's right there, and I think Quinn's kind of in the same realm there. He probably, I think that Quinn probably has a better argument to be on this list than Sam does.
Yeah,
just because of the conference championship and getting to the SEC championship and the back-to-back college football playoffs, and the fact that he's above Sam or like right there with Sam and with some of these numbers. So, I mean, I would have liked to have seen Sam on there, but he's probably like 92.
That's what I'm saying. Him and Quinn are probably in that 90 to 200 range where it's really there, but because they had good run games around them at points and they were doing other things, they maybe didn't get on there. But let's start at number 13. Actually, we'll start at number 15 because it's an OU player. So start at number 15 is Sam Bradford from Oklahoma is your 15th. Go to number 14 ahead of him, Kellen Moore. By the way, Sam Bradford, one of the reasons why there's a rookie wage scale now in the NFL. Mm-hmm. It just destroyed the Rams. 14 is Kellen Moore. And then number 13 is Johnny Football. Rolling into number 12, Colt McCoy. Always nice. Round of applause for ESPN for cutting Colt McCoy one spot ahead of Johnny Manziel. Round of applause. Stick it to A&M one more time. There's nothing bad happening at A&M right now, right? They're pretty happy with all their programs.
Yeah, they're in great shape.
I was thrilled that Colt gets ranked high enough on this one because, you could say he didn't win the Heisman. He didn't win the national championship, but what he meant to Texas for so long, I think he belongs right there on that list.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer amount of games that he won in 4 seasons is incredible. I think he should even be higher on this list. If I'm being honest, like I think he should be. Let me look a little bit farther down. Well, we got a lot of Heisman winners here.
That's what I'm saying. We go number 11 is Trevor Lawrence. Number 10 is Robert Griffin. Number 9, Marcus Mariota. 8, Lamar Jackson. 7, Kyler Murray. I don't know where he falls in that because there's a lot of Heisman winners. There's some national champions. And so he just doesn't have that over those guys.
Did I can't remember. I'm not a Heisman guy. Did Trevor Lawrence win the Heisman?
I feel like he did, but I don't know.
Chat, maybe you can correct this. I can't remember if he did or not. But it seems like every guy above that list that won the Heisman outside of Vince. So I can
No,
like,
he was a runner up. He was a runner up to Devonta Smith.
So I could put Colt ahead of Trevor Lawrence. They both made a national title game. I guess Trevor Lawrence, they won one, I guess. So whatever, you're kind of splitting hairs. I think Colt is one of the best players in college football history. He's my favorite player in Texas football history. So, I'm glad he's ahead at Johnny Football. That's got to have started a lot of conversations on Texags message boards and stuff like that.
You gotta love that one. It goes down. Number 7 is Kyler Murray. I put him a little high. I don't like him there. I don't like Kyler Murray there. Maybe it's just my bias. Deshaun Watson at number 6, Joe Burrow at number 5, and this is where we sit with Joe Burrow too. We start to get into some of these names that had one exceptional year of football, and they're really high on this list. And I like Colt gets in there because he was so good for so long, and then you have some of these guys. You're like, Joe Burrow really had that last year. That last year at LSU, he was amazing. But other than that, he wasn't the guy. He was definitely not the number 5 quarterback of all time, or in the 2000s. Sorry, you're definitely not in that. Tim Tebow at number 4, and then Vince Young coming in at number 3. Too low for Vince, by the way. Too low.
Yeah, he should be number 1 on this list. I don't care what anybody else says. Vince Young is the best player that has ever stepped foot on a college football field, outside of Bo Jackson.
Yeah, possibly.
Or Herschel Walker, maybe. Like there was not a player on the planet in 2005 that you could have put on USC's football team that would have stopped Vince Young that night. There is nobody. No. I don't care if you put the entire Baltimore Ravens defense on that field. I don't know that they could have stopped Vince Young. That's how good he was that night. That's how good he was all season. I'm being a little hyperbolic, obviously. That Ravens defense was really freaking good. But, it's a thing where, maybe they're a little bit lower on Vince because he wasn't always the best player on the field, like his sophomore year or whatever. When he was earlier on his career, he was kind of split in time with Chance Mock. And then his junior year, he really started to take off. And then his senior year, his sophomore year, he really started to take off. And then his junior year, he took things to the next level. But I think I've never seen a more dominant player in college football history in my lifetime. I didn't watch Herschel Walker or Bo Jackson in college because I'm too young for that. But I struggle to think of any player I'd rather have ever had on my football team.
No, I agree. And so somebody else that I fall into one of the greatest seasons, Cam Newton had one of the greatest seasons ever in college football, wins the national championship, win the Heisman, does it. By the way, Vince Young shouldn't be penalized for not winning the Heisman. He should have won the Heisman. He's a better player than Reggie Bush. He should have won the Heisman. But that being said, Cam Newton gets it number 2. I don't like that. I put Vince above him because I think Vince did it better for longer. Cam Newton had the one amazing season. Nothing against he's still up there. He's still up there because that season was so amazing. But outside, it was 1 year though. And so I would say Vince going to the Rose Bowl 2 years in a row, being able to beat Michigan and then being at USC, I think puts him a step ahead there of 1 year of Cam Newton.
Yeah, I struggle to see the rationale behind this at all. That Auburn team was extremely good. They absolutely deserved everything they got with that championship, and Cam Newton had an incredible year. Texas would have beaten that team. Vince Young would have beaten that team. I have no doubt about that. I don't think that anybody could really put a rational argument in front of me where I would buy Cam Newton over Vince Young, even if it's just for that one season. Even if you just stack their one season next to each other, Vince was better. He was just better. Yeah. And that's the bottom line.
And this one is a sacrilege. We gave you a props for putting Colt above Johnny, but Baker Mayfield's listed number 1. That's just crazy. That's just craziness.
So
how many national championships does he have? How many? 0, right? 0 national championships. Can't be one with no rings.
Yeah, I don't get this at all. I get it's a cool story how he started as a walk-on. And how
but the story, it's not the best stories in it. It's the best players.
I know, exactly. I mean, yeah, he had 21 rushing touchdowns in his career, and he completed 70% of his passes and that kind of stuff. Okay, Vince Young had 37 rushing touchdowns. He won a national championship. He had 3,000 yards rushing in his career. 3,000.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I get Baker was great, but I'm not putting Baker. Come on now. It's crazy to put him as number one with no national championships.
Baker should be. I mean, he threw for over 14,000 yards in his career. That's a lot. That's very, very good. He should be. There's. Let me count real quick. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 guys on the list behind him that won a national championship. Get out of here. Absolutely not. Get out of here.
Get out of here. I agree with you, and that's what we're going to do too. We'll be back tomorrow talking more. Hopefully we'll have more names committed to Texas. We know that Dalen Swain is the newest Longhorn. We'll get into that more. We'll talk about, I saw another name pop up that's on Texas list. More transfer portal names, more reports out of spring practice from Texas as we get them. More Texas talk, more Cowboys talk, more Texans talk, all that. More out of the owners meeting from the NFL too, I'm sure. We'll get into all that when we get back into it tomorrow. But until then, for myself, Patrick Davis, Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow, 4 p.m. for more